before I forget. Alright, controls, continue, pauses to escape, pauses, escape. Pauses to escape, yeah, okay. WASD, normal, camera drift, camera sensitivity, we'll have to figure that out in-game. Text speed. Text shadow. Oh! Dang, okay. Text outline. Oh, okay. Huh. Super outlined. Nah, I think that's good. Maybe. Is that? Yeah. Okay, okay. What languages do we have? Can't read that, can't read that, can't read that. French. French Canadian. I think that's what it is. Italian. Dutch. Oh, they have Dutch. Hey. Spanish. Netherlands? They have Netherlands? Huh. I'm assuming that's Russian, Portuguese, Korean, Turkish, Arabic? Okay. I can't read any of that, but like, I can't read any of this other than English. Maybe a little bit of the Spanish, but you know. Japanese? Yeah, this is Japanese. Chinese, maybe? Yeah, something like that. English. I can only read in English. Alright, text options are done. Display is... Oh, here we go. Display full screen graphics setting high. Resync. Contrast to HUD. Transparency. Yes, this is perfect. Don't touch me. Okay. Okay, I think that's it. Nice, calming. It's raining in the game too. Oh my god. Perfect. Perfect time to play this game. Alright, this is back. Memories. Huh. Okay. I'm gonna get stuff here. Episodes? Oh my god, there's so many episodes. Perfect, perfect. Ugh, I love that it's raining in the game. It's so beautiful. Okay. It should be good. There we go, there we go. New game. I might up the volume on my end again, but so far it seems okay. Emphasis on seems. Emphasis on seems okay. There we go. Isn't it? Yeah, it's like everywhere. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. They thought of the faraway grave on the plain. They thought of the comrade who came not again. They lifted their glasses and sadly they said, we drink to the name of the mate who is dead. Henry Lawson. She's got coffin. It's too bloody damp down here. I know we're underground, but I don't suppose there are any windows we could open. There's a ventilation duct in here somewhere. Maddie, mind opening it up? Get some fresh air circulating. Others end Others ends blocked right now. Other ends blocked right now. There's a dumpster sitting on top of it. Dead my dumpster. You'll have to grin and bear it. This is my dumpster. I moved in specifically for this job. Can we hurry this up? Calm your farm, old man. We're well aware it takes a while to set up. I don't appreciate your tone. Sorry. At the very least, can we turn some lights on? With all the rubbish you've got scattered around the place, I'd like to at least know where I'm putting my feet. Ashley, would you mind? Damn, who's Ashley? Oh, there it is. The lights be on. There it is. Whoa. This is interesting. This is interesting. Okay. Thanks. You're more organized than last time I see. Practice makes perfect. Hey, Maddie. How much more wire do we need? I think that's enough. Oh, I like those shoes. Those are cool. Great. And now, Che? What's up, little P? I found you a chair. Cute. I'm afraid the chair's gonna do something. So, this whole thing. Surely it's not legal, yeah? Maddie wasn't clear on that. Yeah, the council found it comforting. For good reason, I suppose. Because it utterly upsets the natural order. Mate. It's not just bureaucracy. Shush you. Most rules can be bent after all. And Maddie has a particular fascination with breaking rules. As I'm sure you've realized. Hey, don't give her all the credit. Bah. This is related to her gambling for time? Question mark? So, the transfer was the same sort of magic we're doing now, yes. Small scale, though. Doing it on a larger scale requires a bit more preparation. The council successfully suppressed all available information about it, though. For good reason. What happens if something goes wrong? Well, you don't tend to mess it up more than once. Or try it again after you fail, for that matter. Stubborn scholars notwithstanding. What do you even call this sort of magic, then? Necromancy? Necromancy? Are we necromancy? Question's irrelevant because it's banned. Extremely cool? That's what I call it. Well, by definition, it's a conduit ritual. But hey, we're among friends, so we can call it what it really is. What is it? I really want to know. Necromancy! I knew it. I knew it was necromancy. Yay! Program, welcome to the prologue. Welcome to the terminal. I knew it was necromancy. Okay, this is pretty good so far. I didn't realize this was gonna happen. I thought it was just gonna be like a chill coffee game, but oh my god. Pleasant surprises. From your hazy memories, a certain word calls out to you. Necromancy. You try desperately to remember what it meant. Necromancy. Okay. Death. This fragment of a memory stays with you. Okay. Piece together the past. Remember what transpired and never forget. You are scattered. Practice fascination, forbidden, disheveled, blenders, messy. Whoa. Whoa, that's a lot. So, did the necromancy not go correctly? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Did the necromancy fail and then like shit happened? Ooh, ugh, I love the rain. Okay. Okay, give me a second. Something's bugging me real quick. Okay, you know what? I just leave it out. Okay. This is cute. Oh my god. I didn't realize this was gonna be crazy like this. There we go. Oh, okay. Hi, Papa. Welcome in. I missed the intro. The intro was really good. I'm doing something really quick. I'm sorry. But how are you doing? Hope you're having a good Friday. God. There we go. I think I got it. Didn't I? No. Fucking hell. Come on. Okay. Well, that's it. That's all. Okay. That's all I can get for right now, so I'll do it later, the rest of it later. But I fixed it. Fixed what I was needing. Alright. Anyways. Oh, wait, I could look around? Okay. Oh, right, WASD, I completely forgot. For like 2 seconds, I forgot. Okay, so the camera sensitivity is not too bad. I might need to up the sensitivity, though. Let's see. Ooh! Okay, okay. The terminals, memories, config. Here we go. Controls. So is it farther up means it's more sensitive, or? I think so. I would assume so. Huh. Oh, wait. Oh, this is cool looking. Oh. Huh. That's cool. What does it say? Press and hold to inspect a memory. Oh, this is a memory? I am doing good. I am doing good. How are you doing? Oh my god. Maddie's rules. Maddie's rules. Welcome both living and dead. Patrons will be served in the order they arrive. Don't ask who's alive. It's rude. If someone wants you to know, they'll tell you. The dead have 24 hours to spend within the premises before moving on. Strictly enforced. No, we do not have Wi-Fi. Report broken items and other anomalies to staff. We can't clean up your broken glass or spatial rift if we don't know about it. Don't feed the eidolons. They can't eat, and offering them food just reminds them of that cruel fact. Oh god, there's a lot of rules. 6 rules? 6 rules! Oh my god, 6 rules! It was meant to be. It was meant to be here. Patrons, we welcome. Okay. That's cool. That you can just do that and get the memory. 6 rules. Okay, cool. So then who am I? Am I baddie? Oh, what could I know? Fuck if I know at this point. Part 1. Oh. Okay, okay. Coffee. We're making coffee. Okay, so I'm probably Maddie. If I'm being honest. I might be Maddie. The terminal. Carlton, Victoria. Australia. 3053. Whoa. That's way into the future. Holy shit. Excerpts from online reviews. Pretty unremarkable coffee. Barista speaks Chinese, but exclusively uses it to mock people to their faces. I'm very self-conscious about my top hat now. Observed little girl running around cafe with knife unsupervised. Come down with deep sense of ennui after visiting. Was rudely told to stop being a big dweebus after complaining about burnt taste in coffee. Is coffee some of the best I've ever had. 5 stars. Disclosure, I have no taste buds. The door closes. That's funny. There's some random dude. Oh. That's just a dude. He could be alive or he could be dead. We don't know. Hey. Mate. You alright? I spooked him. You can see me? Oh, he's dead. He's dead. Okay. Clear as day, yeah. What can I get you? I've been walking around for hours. Nobody was talking to me. I didn't even know how I got in here. I think you'll find it was via the front door. Okay. Right. I hate those shoes. They're Birkenstocks. I know it. I know for a fact those are Birkenstocks. Right. Where am I? This dearly departed is the terminal. Carlton's finest. Departed. They say our coffee's to die for. Oh no, he's having an existential crisis. Oh no, he's having an existential crisis. Oh, I just gave a guy an existential crisis. He looks like he's a handyman. So, I don't really know how to go about this. Ask me anything, man. You're not the first disheveled dead guy to drop in, and I'm sure you won't be the last. This poor guy. What does everyone else ask? They generally ask, what does everyone else ask? Shit. And they always say that. Damn. Then there's the embarrassed silence. Alright, alright. I get it. You make a habit of bullying everyone who comes through, or just the pitiful ones? It's almost exclusively the latter. I guess that's consistent. Anyways, feel like people saw me as a pitiful guy. Sorry, I was actually just kidding there. No, you're right. I'm a fucking sad sack. Damn. Boss hated me, family hated me, work sucked. Oh my god. Just like everything else about me. Oh, buddy, no. No, I'm never gonna have a chance to make things better for myself. That's it. Stick a fork in it. Stick a fork in me, I'm done. Hey, come on. Now I'm sitting in a cafe for dead people falling apart in front of the barista. Mate, pull it together. He's having an existential crisis. Uh-oh. And number one rule, no breakdowns in the cafe, please. He's having an existential crisis. You gave it to him. I promise, man. You are okay. I know how it is. Are you dead? No, and I don't know if you read the rules outside, but God, I did, yes. Can't even get that right. This guy. In that case, you'll also have read that you have 24 hours left before you gotta move on to the next place. And I don't think you want to spend them having one big, long, extended panic attack. 24 hours? Yeah, shit. That's what I'm saying is, everything's okay. Just take some deep breaths. We'll sort this out. I'm sorry. I don't want to be a fuss. Cafe's empty. It's not like I've got anything else going on. Mood. Don't worry about it. Are you sure? I'm kind of a burden. Oh my god, dude. Not promise. Chin up, mate. Let me tell you about the building. It's got some cool history. So the first time I came here was about 4 years ago. Okay. And that's why you should never ever serve a martini to a dead biker, even if he specifically asks for one. What? What? Never martini to a dead biker? Damn. Huh. Out of all the possible ways to react to that, that's one I certainly didn't expect. Yeah, no point in seeking eternal vengeance if you're gonna have to leave in a few hours anyway. It kind of strips it of meaning, you know? There's no way to tell whether you'll even care once you cross over. Damn. But then again, maybe I'm just being a buzzkill about it. Shouldn't go around policing people's reactions to things. I'm still wrapped my head around this death that it is. Feels weird to say it, doesn't it? Weird? Yeah, that's the word. So you said most people don't ever find out how they died before they pass, even if they got murdered or something? Yup. Most people don't die from murder. It's mostly sickness or old age or lawnmower accidents. Lawnmower accidents! Woo! Oh, well, they call them accidents. But really, loads of lawnmowers are possessed by evil spirits. No wonder the lawnmowers are evil. That said... Alright, hold on just a moment. You can't just drop that and move on. Possessed lawnmowers? Seriously? Anything with spinning blades attracts them. Garden equipment, blenders, power saws, they're a real pain in the ass. Gotta do at least 1 or 2 exorcisms a month on the coffee grinder. That's wild. Holy shit. The coffee grinder. Possessed by an evil spirit. Oh? Is that a little guy? Is that a little guy? So, I know I'm breaking the rules again, but how many people in here are dead? Yeah. It's a cafe for dead people. Does that mean it's everyone, or are some of the people just really into ghost cafes? There's really no one in here, though. A little of column A and a little of column B. Plenty of mortals come through. But this is one of the only crossing points in the country, so we get a lot of your type. That's also why the rent is so high. Because there's vampires who own the place. No. There's vampires who own the place. No. Own the place. No, we get a lot of foot traffic. Damn, vampires? Shit. Literal vampires? No. Like boomers. Landlord class. Oh, okay. I was about to be like, actual vampires? Seriously? Something, I guess. So to answer your question, there are 9 customers in here right now. Out of those 9, yourself included, I say 4 or 5 of them are just passing through on their way to the next place. How can you tell? Once we've worked here for a while, you get a sort of sixth sense for this kind of thing. Gotcha. Speaking of sixth senses, I've got one for trouble. Oh no. Oh no. You have 2 sixth senses? Oh, damn. Oh, look, it's her friend. Oh my god, big breakfast, blueberry pancakes, toast and eggs. Wait, French toast? What's over here? Mocha, hot chocolate, single origin, house blend, black or white, yeah. The shot, decaf soy, almond milk, cold drip. Iced coffee, milkshakes, English breakfast, Earl Grey, chais, jasmine, chrysanthemum, peppermint, lemongrass, and ginger, and then sencha. I have no. Oh my gosh, they got kombucha. They have kombucha on the menu. Hello, Ashley. She's so tiny. Oh my god, Ashley's so tiny. Ashley had adopted this cafe staff a couple years back, much in the same way that a puppy adopts a squeaky toy. She was the kind of ferociously smart kid who absorbed information like a sponge, but only used it to cause trouble. Today, she was accompanied by the stench of motor oil and brought with her a look that said, "I am an invincible genius." She was mostly right about that one. Alright, I know that look. Spit it out. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Cut the crap, kid. What are you after? I'm busy dealing with a customer. I'm not really needing any attention. This guy, I don't need it. It's fine. Don't worry about me. Shut up, Kishin. Oh, she knows his name now. I need an extra pair of hands, and none of my ashlings are around to help. Ashlings? Don't you have any clamps? We got you a bunch for your birthday last month. They're all being used for other very important things. They were not. Pretty sure I saw one on the table upstairs earlier. No, I really need a helper. Ashley, I'm busy. Please. Me too, buddy. Me too. Hey, I could probably ease. I could. Come on, Ashley. You gotta let us work. I'm not gonna get anything done down here if I have to keep going upstairs to find the screwdrivers you misplaced. But hey, no dice. What about Che? Can he help me? But what about he's emptying the dishwasher? Sound familiar? Or the guy over there in the corner just like, guys? It should, because I told you to do it an hour ago. Oh, it's really no trouble. over here. The third wheel. Oh, why don't I take this guy? Only thing he's busy with is being dead. Come on. Girl. Damn, Ashley, I'm not going to argue with you about this. I'm sure he would rather relax than be bossed around. Also, manners. Talked about this. You've got to be more respectful in front of the customers. Please. I'm happy to go upstairs. What? Is he? He's got to be a handyman or something. Really, it's fine. I don't have anything else going on, and I'm super dead. I'm cool with it. I'm Kishin, very dead guy. Happy to help. You sure? I can just send her back upstairs. Promise. It's fine. I'd just sit around and be a pain otherwise. Perfect. Oh no, she's got that smile. Come peon. Oh no. We've got work to do. Oh no. Ashley wasn't getting enough attention. But with Maddie's newfound responsibilities, some sacrifices had to be made. That meant the kid would have to occupy herself more often than not. She still felt guilty as hell about it, and I reckon this place needs more plants. Jesus Christ, Che. You're gonna give me a heart attack, you old bastard? What's on your mind? Head in the clouds as per usual. Did I look like I was thinking weighty thoughts? Excruciatingly so. What's going on? Nothing important, just my resting bitch face. My resting bitch face mood. No. This one's different. How so? Your facial expression is reminding me of that time you tried to fist fight that cosplayer. You tried to fist fight a cosplayer. Girl. Oh, the samurai? The one who barged in waving his gift store katana around and demanding satisfaction after I refused to put 15 shots in his coffee. Oh, girl. Weirdly specific. What's it look like? Looks like you just got threatened with 1,000-fold Nippon steel. And it's a precious memory, so I remember it very clearly. A mix of deep disgust, a whole bunch of derision, and a tiny pinch of pity. Yup. That's me. What a mood. Damn. This is so cool. You can kind of move around and it like moves with you. You alright though? Real talk. I'm fine. I'm actually fine, or let's not talk about it fine. The second one. Vario. Vario. Offer still open if you'd like to talk things out. In the meantime, sorry. Can I grab that tea towel? My hands are wet. Oh, yeah, here you go. So, did the dishes need hand washing, or I'm sure I told Ashley to empty the dishwasher earlier. Nah, thing's busted. Door latch won't close, might call the repairman. Ashley shouldn't wash them by hand anyway. Her arm would corrode. So, I did it. Not a problem. Yeah, fair enough. Wait, Ashley's arm would corrode? What are we talking about here? Is it just a metaphor, or is it actually real? Like I mentioned, it needed a repair unless you want to let Ashley at that. Oh, okay, so I have to press that. Some people remain stubbornly defiant in the face of planned obsolescence. Replacements are for quitters. Replacements are for quitters. Okay. I'd call the repairman myself, but our landline stopped working last week. We have a landline? Yeah, ancient technology. An inelegant tool for a less civilized age. Damn. Only works when you pay the bill, though. Well, obviously, that's how a phone works here. I don't know if it'd be cheaper to get it repaired or to just buy a new one and give Ashley the old one for parts. The costs are pretty close, all things considered. Damn. Hey, don't work too hard. You'll worry yourself into an early grave. Hey, you spent 50 years digging holes. If you want to see a lot of Earth, you can become a globetrotter, or you can pick up a shovel. Okay, so I could just click on these. Alright. That sounds like pretty tough work, old man. Ow. Old man. For your information, I'm barely, 170-ish? Wait! He's 170? What? Okay, this is... Hi, EXO! I'm so confused. I'm so confused. So he's old? Like, their humans live this long? Is he human? I don't know anymore. I'm failing to see the inaccuracy. It was during a literal gold rush. He is old as shit. Everyone was doing it. Only thing different about me is that I eventually started digging up things more interesting than gold. Only kind of gold I'm interested in is in brown gold. Coffee, I mean. Coffee, shut up. Oh, this is so cool. I like how this is. It's so cute. Okay. So... I know it's just another stress on the stress pile, but I think we need to put in an order for more kitchenware soon. Ugh. Mood. Yeah, another thing that costs money. We're beginning to run out of cutlery, though. Summary of Offenses, Act... Wait... Summary of Offenses, Act 1988, Section 11C. A person must not, without reasonable excuse, proof of which lies on the person, have in his or her custody a knife in a public place or a school. Wait, this is actually a thing? Holy shit. Oh my god. That's an actual thing? Australia, what's going on there, man? It keeps disappearing, not sure where. I don't know how long it can wait before we get more. That's the little guy that runs the coffee. That's cool. Ugh. Don't know if we can afford that this month. Just, you know, everything's a bit too pricey right now. Doesn't help that the coffee cartels keep pushing up price. There's coffee cartels? Oh my god, this game gets more and more interesting as it goes on. I don't think the importer is part of a cartel. They're quite nice. I've seen photos of their kids. You ever spoken to them? They're obviously criminals with the prices they charge. The worst kinds of criminals are the kinds who operate within the bounds of legality. Damn. Wholesale my ass. And yet, we keep buying from them. Well, yeah. The beans are good, man. It's just everything else on top of them that's stressing me out. Ah, yes. I'll happily accept that blame for some of that. It's fine. You don't have to. I know it's all on me. I've just got to figure out how to pay off everything. Oh, everything. And everyone. Who did you borrow money from, Maddie? The shitty council of death and the doubly shitty time debt we owe to them are the last things I want to think about right now. Okay, time debt. What is a time debt? I get this council of death, but like time debt? I've lost enough sleep over it already. Hey, I'm here to help. I'm worried about you, you know. You've had a lot of responsibility dropped on you in a very short period of time. Maddie's been saddled with great responsibility. She's still waiting for the great power that's supposed to come with it. Okay. And I can't help but feel a little bit culpable for that. I know, yeah. I know. And you... I can't thank you enough. It's alright. Hold yourself together. We'll figure it out as a team, just like we always have. I just don't want to deal with it, you know? I get it. And I don't want you to feel like I'm imposing or interfering too much. I know the cafe is yours now, and even though things are a bit much at the moment, I know I keep saying this, Maddie, but I don't know how much time we have to deal with all of this before things start falling apart. Things are already falling apart. But you're going to have to face reality at some point, you know that, right? Che, oh my god, yes, I know. I don't need any more reminders from you. Back off, man. The council's always on my mind. I can't escape them. My best is all I can do, okay? Damn. I wonder what the fuck's going on in this game. Just because you're my best friend and my old boss and my mentor doesn't mean I need you preaching to me about how I need to deal with my problems. Because they're my problems now, not yours. Alright. No worries. I'll give you some space. Might go check on Ashley. You've seen her recently. She's upstairs. Dragged a customer up there talking about clamps or something. I better go rescue them then. Be back in a bit. Shit, he's right, isn't he? We really could use some more plants. The plants! So we're gonna strap a big ol' steak knife to it. Oh no, she's got the cutlery. And we make them fight each other. Oh no, she's making death robots. I love it. This is gonna be great. Oh no, I want to build something that gets put on that TV show, Row Battle Royale. She's a battle robot with flamethrowers on it. You're not gonna put one on this little guy, are you? A flamethrower? Probably not. But I want you to record the fight on my phone so we can send it to the producers. Producers have a real thirst for schlock. Yeah, sure thing. Let's get the knife attached. Oh no. Pass me those zip ties. Zip ties. And the knife. Knife. And my coffee. Oh, he's just as worried as I am for this. Are you sure? Who even gave you that? Coffee. Damn it. It's empty. My coffee is empty, Kishin. The world is beginning to vibrate. Maybe it's good that your cup runneth empty, yeah? I think my cup needs to runneth with more espresso in it. Damn. How many shots did you put in there? Too many. But did anyone ask Icarus how many shots of espresso? That's not a good Yeah, I'm reading the book about Icarus. Imagine dealing dayless and watching your son die doing the exact thing you told him not to do. Whoa. You flew into the sun. I'm cultured. In unrelated news, I have a headache. I think that's caffeine withdrawal, honey. I think you might want to read a little more about Icarus. There's a twist ending to that one. I'm holding a knife, Kishin. No spoilers. No spoilers, promise. This is beautiful. Alright, Shay, just say hi. Try not to get a knife slung at you this time. You got this. Ahem. Hey, kids. Oh no, is she gonna throw the knife? Intruder! I fucking knew she was gonna throw the knife! Oh my god. Kishin. My buddy. My pal. Did I get him? Girl, are you trying to murder him? No, you missed? Damn it. Wait. You threw it on purpose? Extremely on purpose, yes. I'm fine, by the way. Oh, it's you. Would it have been worse if it was someone else? Probably. Oh my god. Oh, she does have a robot hand. Okay, so she... Yeah, okay. Unless they were an actual spy come to steal my robot designs. Never know who might be watching. Oh my god, a bot. Nom 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 nom. Hello, bot. Goodbye, bot. See ya. Then it would have been good. Hey, I think I'm crashing. And she's asleep. Oh no. Is she okay? Did I kill her? I think she just crashed from her espresso high. She'll wake up in about 15 minutes with no ill effects. But you probably shouldn't give her any more coffee. She turns into a real goblin. Not to be confused with the days when she's just a regular gremlin. Oh my god. Oh. She told me that it'd make her immeasurably powerful. I mean, she's not wrong, but you know, great power, great responsibility, yada yada yada. She's 13. Kids got plenty of energy already. Maybe not the sense of responsibility, though. She's 13. Okay. I don't even know how I ended up sitting here attaching knives to robots. She's very convincing. Ashley's persuasiveness is a mystery. It clearly can't be logic, eloquence, or charisma that causes people to do her bidding. Oh, I wonder what it is then. Is it threats? You don't have to tell me, mate. She basically lives here. Her parents would kill me if they found out she nearly killed me. Whoa, okay, huh? Pretty good blind throw, though. She makes me proud in the weirdest ways. What's going on in this cafe? Me too, buddy. Me too. Me too, buddy. Did she learn from the best? She did, but the best definitely wasn't me. Maddie's pretty deadly with knives. Loves her flashy tricks. Bad habit, probably. Oh, so she learned from Maddie. Okay, that's how she learns. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm being very rude. My name is Che. I used to own this place. Now I just sort of sit around and cause trouble and sometimes have knives thrown at me, I guess. Hi, Stardust. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Hope everything's good. I'm Keishan and I died today. Welcome to the terminal. Gambling for time is a dangerous business. Huh. Interesting. I'm doing good. Yeah. I hope you're doing well too. Robots. Uh-huh. We got a loud one here? Are they gonna give me a rap session or something? Be nice, you know, it's scary. Waking up. What do you mean by waking up? Big lights coming towards me. I think it's reliving its last moments. Looks like it. What is happening? Hello. I do not remember having this many limbs. Join the club, pal. Wait, what are they? We were reborn in a new image. I see. I'm Kepler. Nice to meet you. And I'm Jacoby. Oh my god, it's Jacob! It's Jacob! And I'm undefined. I don't know if that name will stick. Its body is made of a milk carton. Should we call it milk? No, too basic. Imagine if you called me Goon just because I'm made of a goon box. I wouldn't like that at all. Oh my god. Ashley was yelling about someone called Lovelace the other day. Oh my god, it's Lilith! That's a good one, I think. It's Lilith! Jacob and Lilith! How does our new friend feel about it? Acceptable? Excellent. Nice to meet you, Lovelace. Oh my god, it's Lilith. Lilith and Jacob. Oh, I didn't know they were robots. That's funny. Hmm. Oh yeah. During intermissions at the end of episodes, you can freely explore the terminal. Memories are scattered throughout the terminal that delve into the tales of its patrons. More locations and memories become available as you progress through the main story. Oh, so I can walk around. Ooh, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okie dokie. Let's see. Oh. What the? Huh? Wait, this wasn't where I... Oh boy. I got a bunch of ads. What did I miss? Yeah. You came in just as ads were going around. But nothing other than the fact that Ashley threw a knife at a dude and missed. And the guy who was dead introduced himself to Che. And then now we're here exploring because this is between episodes. Oh, here it is. Che sat in the corner of the cafe with a book in his lap. His eyes danced over the pages for several moments, the words on the page illuminated by the candle that sat perched on the armrest of his chair. Then, after several moments passed, he turned the page. He hadn't actually internalized any of the text on the page, nor had he taken any of the text on the last 50 preceding pages. He was vaguely aware of the fact that the book kept on referring to a man named Henry, who Che presumed was the protagonist of the book he held. In his lap, but beyond that he knew little to nothing. Che didn't particularly mind this fact. In fact, he started actually following the story that was told in the pages of the book. He would consider it a great failure. Che enjoys sitting down with the book, and he enjoys the platonic idea of reading, but when it comes to telling stories, he found books to be a poor substitute for a person sitting next to him. He didn't pick up books when he wanted to be told a story. He picked up books when he wanted to be alone, to situate comfy chair and bask in the candlelight that sit silently in a meditative state. He turned another page. "Hey," said a familiar voice interrupting him. "I'm in the middle of a book, Ned," said Che. If you hadn't noticed, that was the book's secondary function. It deterred people who might see a man sitting alone and size up the opportunity to start a conversation when he was not in the mood for conversation. "Is it a good book?" said Ned. "I was enjoying being alone with it," said Che. "Yeah, you looked really engrossed. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've got a favor to ask." "Why is it always to ask a favor?" said Che, looking past Ned and speaking to the one in particular, even though there was no one but Ned near enough to hear him speak. "Why is it never, 'Hey, Che, I just wanted to stop by and offer you a favor'?" I did that one time," said Ned. "You said you were busy, which I figured was your way of politely saying, 'Please don't bother me with this kind of visit,' so I stopped." "Did you?" "I don't remember it." "I'm sure you do remember it." It was from back before you started forgetting things. Sometime around... When did the war start? Ooh, Che forgets things? You're going to have to be a lot more specific. You know, the war with the soldiers and the guns. Ah, that war. That's like every war. That's like every war. Said Che. I did narrow it down a bit, didn't I? I'm not that old, said Che. Wars were fought with guns even when I was a young man. Same for you. Did they? Well, it was the war with the, That trailed off. He raised a hand to his face and flicked his helmet, mimicking an unmistakable ping of a M1 Garanda? World War II? World War II, that's where he fought it? Holy shit. Which one was that? The one with the Nazis, said Che. That sounds about right, said Ned. Anyways, I came to ask a favor. So he's, oh my god, he's back in the, like, 1940s old. Oh my god, no wonder he's so fucking old. But how is he that old? He should have been dead already. I hope that favor was spent a few minutes of your time having an innate conversation, but we already did that. But you're snippy today. What's gotten into you? Che held up a book. A good book is what's gotten into me. Sorry, said Ned. I won't ask if it wasn't urgent. But I'm in need of an interpreter. Can you speak You can speak Cantonese, right? Yes, said Che. Great. Can I steal you for a few hours? Not if it's to be an interpreter. Why not? You can speak Cantonese, and you seem fluent enough in English, so why would you say no specifically to translating? Being an interpreter is not as simple as being bilingual, Ned. Isn't it? I figured you hear things in one language and say them in another. Seems simple to me. Are you literate? Said Che. A bit. Can you write a work of great literature? Said Che. Nope, said Ned. Well, there you go. There's more to translating than being bilingual. Oh, come on, said Ned. I'm in a pinch, and I'm not asking you to be a great interpreter, just an adequate one. There's lots of bilingual people around. I'm sure you know places to ask. Yeah, but you know, I know you're not the kind of person to spill secrets. Ooh. And it's the kind of conversation that I want to be between me and the other person, you know? Great. Sounds like you need a professional interpreter. I hear they're great at facilitating those kinds of interactions. Come on. What can a professional interpreter do that you can't? A lot of things. But for one, a professional interpreter is someone who can count on to allow you to use your mouth to say incredibly stupid things without letting you or your counterparty know just how stupid they find the interaction. Funny that I always figure that's the kind of thing you'd be good at, because I'm good at holding my tongue? Yes. I tried before. Che said, kicking up his feet. What an interpreter pays well if you find yourself working for the right people and it leaves your hands a lot of less calluses than some of the work I found myself doing instead. But you'll notice my hands have calluses. Turns out holding your tongue is often harder than digging holes. Oh, Che. Come on, you know how to be a diplomat. Fuck off. There, that was me being undiplomatic. Now, would you kindly find another solution to your problem? One that doesn't involve me performing a task that I've told you at least twice now that I'm not going to do. And started to say something, but stopped, just sort of making an utterance and backed off. Hey, Maddie. No, Maddie replied. I haven't even asked you for anything yet. I know. I thought I would save you the time. Ned sighed. What is it with you people? Maddie turned around to Ned and glowered at him. You people? Ned raised his hands defensively. I didn't mean look. I just mean that you two, you're birds of the feather in quite a few ways. Maddie stared at him and Ned contemplated whether that was any way for him to make a statement grouping Maddie and Che together without making himself look worse than he already did. He sighed in frustrations. You know what your problem is? Yes, said Maddie. I know him quite well, and he's standing right in front of me. Oh my god! Oh, it's him! Who's Ned? That's funny. Judgment Chase Collection. Okay, so this is Chase thing. Okay, that's Judgment. What's this one? Crucible product reviews. Spirit resistant quartz. Oh. Spirit resistant quartz cubicles with self-sealing lids. Product description. Heat resistant up to 1650 degrees Celsius. Self-sealing lids from airtight seals around the cubicle's ground rim. Highly resistant to corruption and spiritual influence. Clear inner and outer coverings allow for easy spotting of cracks or imperfections. Quality suitable for mixing potions and phylacteries. Average rating 3.5 stars out of 5. Product reviews 5 out of 5. I love this. The covering, despite being quartz, has a textured appearance that gives it a silky smooth feel. Most crucibles feel sterile and cold, but this one makes for a perfect beverage container when entertaining guests. 4 out of 5. The previous crucible set I used was inherited from my grandmother, who brought them over from New England. Unfortunately, 2 months at sea were not kind to her spiritware, and her crucibles were filled with tiny cracks and microfractures that allowed unsightly looking soot to build up, leaving them stained with hard gray lines everywhere, looking like they were about to crack apart any moment. She used them for several decades to come, but every time I worked with her and watched them heat up, I was afraid they were constantly on the verge of shattering. One she used to contain a lost wayward spirit for several days before finding a home for it, and I would get up at night to check the embers under the crucible, and it always unsettled me seeing how fragile the container was. Several times I found myself tempted to tip the crucible over just to see how easily it would shatter under my soft touch. Needless to say, this new set is much nicer. They are sterile, and I can keep several of them in my bedroom without feeling unsettled by their presence. 2 of the crucibles in my set arrived with small chips in them, but I contacted the manufacturer and they replaced them at no charge. The replacements were express shipped, and the process was quick and painless. So great customer service, and they offer replacements up to 1 year. For the price, they can't be beat. 4 out of 5. Owned mine for 2 weeks and it didn't crack. Decent for the price. 2 weeks and it didn't. What are your crucibles doing? Received mine in the mail this morning. Can't wait to try it out. So glad I have finally found someone selling crucibles at a reasonable price. At a reasonable price, a brand name one costs over $200, which is just outrageous. 1 out of 5. Bought this several weeks ago since it was the cheapest crucible on the site, advertised as spirit resistant. I'm working on filarite for my graduation thesis and purchased 100 of these for lab use. My plan was to monitor 100 different animal spirits over the different types of plant matter and compare how different biomaterials affected their vigor over a 90-day period. First day, I set the first 5 with samples of mugroot, feverfew, ginger, ginseng, and golden seal. I placed them in crucibles over low heat, 80 degrees Celsius, and left them overnight, and over the next 2 days did the same with all the remaining crucibles, finishing on a Friday and leaving the lab alone for the weekend. When I arrived back on Monday, I knew that something was wrong when I noticed a rain cloud hovering over the door. It's not uncommon for rain clouds to appear at any time of the year, at any time of the day in our part of the country, but it's quite another to find a rain cloud localized entirely within a hallway of your research lab. I braced for the worst, but I guess I should have braced harder. Nothing could have prepared me for the smell when I opened the door. Immediately felt my eyes watering and actually found myself choking. It smelled so bad. Slammed the door shut and went to the basement to grab one of the emergency respirators we kept down there. Unfortunately, the respirator did little to mask the terrible stench inside the lab. I opened the first crucible and saw that it was filled with a tar-like substance, and as I studied its inky black, writhing form, I felt the air sucked out of me, almost like it was trying to drag me into the abyss with it. I threw it on the floor and the container shattered, splattering the floor with the tar-like substance, which began slowly crawling across the room. I grabbed the fire extinguisher from the wall and sprayed the tar until it was completely covered, and heard what sounded like a sputtering noise, followed by a long gasp and a scream that faded into oblivion. Jesus! After poking at the fire extinguisher spray, whatever was underneath was clearly quenched. What the fuck? That's a horror story. Holy shit. I took the remaining crucibles and placed them in the oven and baked them at a temperature of 1,600 degrees for several hours as I sat on the lab, contemplating the cruelty of existence and wondering if my academic advisor would have to say about my thesis project. After several hours of waiting, I opened the oven and checked the contents of the crucible, revealing nothing but ash. Whatever it was that had been drawn by the spiritual emissions of my lab work, it was gone from my world, but the memory of that day will haunt me for all the remaining days of my life. 1 out of 5. Do not buy this crucible for spirit-related applications. My wife is one of the product designers who worked on this item. The crucibles in the listing come from a manufacturer called Marsecurity LLC. Back in 2013, they were some of the best hardware you can get for your money and earned a reputation among hobbyists as great value for anyone working on a budget. In 2016, they did a survey and found that fewer than 3% of buyers were actually using the crucibles for spirit-related applications, and decided they could cut costs by removing the spirit-resistant properties. Oh no! However, they found that products advertised with updated ad copy to reflect this didn't sell as well, so they continued using the old product description, which advertises it as spirit resistant. Wow, that's a horrible company. That's a lie to your audience. Hi, Golden, welcome in. It's nice to see you again. Oh, thank you. Actually, I do need to drink a lot, so thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you for the hydrate. How are you doing? I'm doing great. How are you, Goldman? With the new product line, which is not spirit resistant. Oh. I don't know how they're getting away with this. Apparently the definitions of what is actually spirit resistant are legally murky, and the number of people affected is small enough that they can continue to sell well. Stay far away from this one and warn everyone you know of who might buy an item like this that it does not work as advertised. 5 out of 5. Nice color. That's it. Just 5 out of 5. Nice color. Jesus. Wow. That's good. I'm also doing really well. Other than earlier, I had a cramp in my leg. Oh no. Did you eat some potassium? Get some potassium for you. Need potassium for that leg cramp. Well, I don't trust that now. I don't trust that shit as far as I could throw it. Can I go upstairs? Oh yes, I can go upstairs. Okay. Alrighty. Oh. Okay, I guess I can't go upstairs. Well, I fucking hate well, you need something with potassium. Ashley's journal. Here we go. I don't like them. Well, you need some sort of potassium to get rid of the cramp in your leg. Row Battle Royale Robots Power Rankings. Windlass. When I first saw the name of this bot, I thought it was styled to be like a girl who could run control storms and run like a ninja, a real lass of the wind, or maybe a girl of the elements, someone with the ability to become the wind itself. If I were a windlass, I would vanish in an instant whenever Maddie appeared. She would look around and say, "Where's Ashley?" And I would be right there, but she wouldn't notice it because I would be one with the wind. Then, when she left, I would fade back into the room like a ninja. This only would work outside and in the rooms that are very breezy, so I would probably set up fans in the workshop to make it really drafty. Then I looked it up online and learned that windlass is actually a fancy name for a winch used to pull anchors up, which at first made me think this bot was lame. It works by hooking its arms under enemy robots and pulling it up and flipping it over them. It never even tries to smash the other robots to bits or melt it with fire, but then I watched it in action and realized that flipping your enemy on their back to incapacitate them is the ultimate ninja move. What is this game? This game is called Necro Barista. And as far as I know, it is a coffee shop that deals with dead people and alive people. And it's kind of like a passing point for dead people. Like they come to the coffee shop, they can spend 24 hours before they have to move on. And then just some humans come in here periodically. And there's 6 rules that I have to make sure I avoid doing. I'm not entirely sure when I'm gonna have to use those rules. I was wondering what this game was about. Yeah. It's... I saw this game and I was like, oh, this gotta be fun. At Necro Barista, it's actually like... It's cool. I like it, at least so far. But yeah, it's like... There's a lot of mystery going on in this game, too, because, like, there's a dude that's, like, over 100 years old that served in World War II, and then, like... There's just... It's weird, like, I don't know how he's alive. And then Maddie is, like, a necromancer or something. In the beginning, it was, like, a weird ritual that they were doing. And then now this is a coffee shop, I guess. I'm still a little lost on it, but I'm sure the story will reveal more once I go through. Trying to win last moves like a master, spending an entire match trying to bait its opponent into exposing its weakness. And then like a ninja master that knows how to jab and at exactly the right pressure point on the back of the neck to make your enemy's head explode. Windlass grabs an enemy bot by the one part of it and happens to be sticking out at the wrong time and flips it onto its back. Note, most bots only have wheels or legs on the bottom, not the top, so when you flip them over, they are totally helpless and the match is over. To avoid this happening, make sure to put wheels on the top as well. When I make a bot like Windlass, I'm going to call it Badass because that's what it is. Oh, Ashley. Oh, Ashley. Okay. Is that it? This is crazy. Like, even, like, before when I entered here, it was like an alleyway raining, and then now this is what it looks like outside, and I have no idea how that happened. But magic! That's all I can say. Magic! I think I looked at everything. Right? Yeah. Yeah, I think I looked at everything. Okay. Continue. Yeah. Besides, I thought it was nice to have like a really chill game since it's raining where I'm at, and I'm just like, yeah, chill game. Little mystery in it, you know? Apparently there was like a death council and a time council too. And this girl has like a debt to them and she's trying to pay it off, but I don't know how. And then something's gonna happen. That's all I know. It's because she's way behind on payments. It is? It's raining where you are too? Yeah, let's go. I love the rain. I love it so much. I can get like really cozy and then just sleep. Or I can just get really cozy and play games. Like right now. Man, I'd love to see that again. I'd love to see that. I could use a pick-me-up. I can't promise it'll be there. It's kind of inconsistent. Still though, a hallway that's only there sometimes. How do you get to the kitchen otherwise? There's another slightly longer one that we use instead. It's much less exciting, but on the upside, it's consistently there. Wait, so there's a hallway that just disappears and reappears whenever it feels like? And it's quote-unquote the shortcut to the kitchen? What the fuck? This whole place is haunted. I love telling new people about it, though. The reaction's always hilarious. I definitely didn't expect to be getting enthusiastic today over weird quantum hallway. Quantum. When people start getting nervous about magic, they usually start trying to explain it using science terms to reassure themselves. Or enthusiastic at all, actually, because as soon as I stop to think about it, I realize I'm actually extremely messed up about this. Oh. Her book. It means like her Necronomicon or something. I understand your life has gotten very weird very fast, conceptually speaking, or your unlife. I should be better at talking about this by now, shouldn't I? Geez, that's not a fun one to think about, huh? Just keep talking about the hallway so I can keep my mind off this. To be honest, I'm not sure I could even properly explain a lot of what goes on in here. The building's mildly sentient. Too much magic in the soil for it to not be. Oh, I did that. It's a sentient building, damn. So the cafe's alive. Not necessarily. Plenty of things have come to life here, but as far as we can tell, the building itself doesn't really fall into the category. Also, it mostly tends to shift itself in ways that are helpful instead of frustrating, so quantum hallways. I'm making myself a cuppa. Australian cuppa. Australian vernacular for cup of tea. An important cultural institution, especially when drunk in the afternoon. I love these little things, little tidbits. You want something? Nah, I'm good for now. Also, what's the barista's name? I didn't actually catch it and I feel like a jerk. Maddie. She's the owner now. Not just the barista. Still makes coffee, of course, but since she's the owner now, she has a lot more to juggle. Why you asking? Got your eye on her? Eh? No. I have a boyfriend. He has a boyfriend! Well, had, because he's dead, but... Aw! I'm so sad! It's so sad though. Had. Oh geez, this is a lot. Can't imagine how he's feeling. Aw. I was happy and now it's sad. Try not to think about it. Okay. Yep. Okay. You want that drink now? I think I want something a little more potent than coffee right now, sorry. Don't enable him, Kishan. Shush, I can get you something stronger. A shot of whiskey, perhaps? A neat bourbon will always be the perfect mix of classy yet unpretentious. I thought this was a cafe. Well, it is mostly. We do serve alcohol, though, and stronger things on request. Stronger? What's stronger than alcohol? Exactly, me too. Like what? Baiju? Abastain? Oh my god, Abastain is fucking insane. Pure ethanol? Ooh, no. I think a place like this wouldn't have anything stronger than that. Stronger than pure ethanol? Sure? Holy shit. Remind me later and I might pull out some of my special reserve. Don't enable him, Kishin. Hey, someone's gotta drink it. Wait, what? Just what? I know you're not gonna touch this stuff aside from setting it on fire. Excuse me, I have perfectly good reasons for wanting to set a puddle of distilled soul on fire. Hey, what? Distilled soul? Wait, so you're drinking a person? Or was it? Oh my god, I don't... Hey, that's an existential crisis happening. Well, we'll agree to disagree on that one. So, Kishin, what'll it be? Actually, I changed my mind on the coffee. Can I order something complex? Gotta treat myself on my last day on Earth. I'm after a sugar rush. If we have the ingredients, it shouldn't be an issue. Maddie can whip it up for you. Cool, cool. In that case, can I have a large quadruple shot double vanilla caramel, no foam, super hot, reverse coconut milk macchiato? Oh, that was a mouthful. Oh my god. With 2 sugars and whipped cream on top. Maddie? Yes, dearest? Can you... can't... I don't quite know how. Is this real? Oh, is that too much? I was gonna ask for that shot of whiskey Che mentioned earlier, but it seems a little extra. Well, yes. It is too much. I don't think even Starbucks would serve that. Damn, name dropping. Why? Because it's a fucked up order, man. Dang. Every single word of that increased my urge to set the espresso machine on fire so I wouldn't have to think about making coffee ever again. Maddie has all the classic symptoms of being a pyromaniac, but she's definitely not a pyromaniac. No, that's a lie. No, that's a double standard. Oh, but the whiskey's fine. I'll do that too. I have a counter offer, which you have to accept. Yeah. I'll make you another double shot long black and I'll put whiskey in it, but I won't call you a hipster this time. If you decline my offer, on God, I will strip your soul from your body and use it to scrub the counters at closing time. Damn, death threats to a dead person. They will smell delicious afterwards, if that's any consolation. Yikes. That does sound like a competitive counteroffer. Not the soul thing. I'll take the coffee. My generosity knows no bounds. She's me. This is me. This is me. Normie. So to conclude, that order sucked because it defies the law of physics, has a heart attack worth of sugar in it, and is something only wankers ask for. Is it possible to die twice? Yep. You can die twice if you're brought back from the dead, or if you manage to really annoy someone between here and the next place. Which is more likely because resurrection is illegal. Oh my god. Resurrection is reversed for emergencies. Oh, reserved for emergencies, and the council has very particular definitions about what consists as an emergency. Many centuries passed without a single qualified emergency. Okay. But if you're asking whether you can get a heart attack or whatever, the answer is no. Life and death have a slightly different meaning here. Can't die from natural causes, but it's a bit complex and weird that we're still in the process of figuring out how it all works. I'm over 200 years old and still haven't made proper sense of it yet. How are you alive? Just got some vague ideas. Right. So what's keeping me from just staying here? Like, I'm already dead. Why do I have to go to the next place? You've got a certain number of hours you're allowed to remain on the edge of the mortal realm. Hours are fungible. Fungible? They can be bought, sold, and exchanged, generally speaking, but the Council of Death always collects on debts owed to them, and you'll start running up a debt if you stay here too long. Your soul starts to get itchy, too. Itchy. Is there any feeling less pleasant than an itch you can't scratch? Probably, but it's still up there. It's not something you want to experience. We've had a few stay past their allotted time, and they've gotten very uncomfortable very fast. It starts with general irritability, and then worse things begin to happen. Like what? Is it a weird thing to wrap your head? It's a weird thing to wrap your head around. How long do I have before I need to make myself scarce? You get 24 hours, any longer, and we start to pick up the tab since you're on our premises. Ooh. The terminal is a place where borrowed time has a very literal meaning. Ooh, okay, so that's why they're in debt to the time committee. And as charming as you are, we've already racked up too much time debt for letting people stick around past their expiry date. We're deep enough in the hole that it is hours-wise and cash-wise. We're extremely poor. We've been a bit too lenient in the past, letting people stay just a little bit longer instead of gently shooing them onto the next place of existence, etc. You know the drill. But hey, since ours are fungible, you can always acquire them some other way. Like what? There's something happening tonight, actually, that you might be interested in. Seriously? You're still doing that? Shush. You know the council doesn't look at that stuff favorably. Ned said so himself. It draws customers and helps us shave down the debt. I'll take whatever I can get. And hey, fuck Ned. Damn, just fuck Ned. We have a 13-year-old right here, you know. And your point? She's heard enough coarse language for a lifetime. I'm not too worried about her. She's right, though. What? Every time Ned comes around, he makes you guys really stressed out. Ashley's at that age where she's learned to recognize when other people are stressed, but not experienced enough to fully understand what it feels like. Maybe not you so much, but Maddie gets nervous and it brings down the mood, man. So fuck Ned. Damn, Ned. Goodness, I think you've had too much coffee today. I am crashing so hard right now, you have no idea. It's like I was crashing earlier, but that was just a pre-crash and I'm having a double crash or something. Sigh. All I ask is that you try and keep the swearing to a minimum when customers are around. Okay. Does kissing count? It's fine. A couple of my housemates are tirades, so you learn to ignore it pretty quickly. Great way to save money on rent and never get lonely if you're not attached to the idea of personal space. Damn. Are tardies? Were tardies? Ugh. They're still tardies unless they change career in the last couple of days. But they're not my roommates anymore because... Hey mates, have I mentioned how much being dead sucks? Because it sucks and I feel extremely bad about it. Having a pretty bad time right now in general, to be honest. Yup. Even just adopting your language is a pain, isn't it? Want a proper drink now without coffee in it? Damn. I mean, that does kind of suck because you're still thinking in present tense when you have to think in past tense. And then present tense for some things. Yeah. That'd be good. The TV didn't say anything about there being a storm tonight. Melbourne storm noun. A somewhat unusual weather phenomenon known for being the only one of its kind to occur below the Bressy line. Huh. Huh? It looks like a decent-sized one rolling in. Melbourne weather strikes again. I'll go upstairs and close the windows. Cheers. Come on, Ashley. Let's clean up your workbench while we're up there, yeah? Do you need a bribe? Yes. I have some chocolate hidden away. Acceptable. Mood. Save here. Acceptable. Wait. Dead people can still get drunk here? Why else do you think we serve alcohol? To make money? Well, yeah. Hang on. Do I even have my wallet? Doubt it. I don't, yeah. How does it work? Why do I have my clothes but no contents in my pockets? A good place for things that don't have a place. Chewing gum, spare change, nervous hands. Same. I don't know, dude. Everyone's experience is different. Death doesn't follow many rules. Only universal rule I can think of is that you can't stay. People don't generally come in without their clothes, fortunately. So that means it has happened. So about that drink. I guess you're gonna give me straight vodka or something? Why is that? I don't like making complex drinks. Dude, no. I don't like making ridiculous caffeinated laced milkshakes for overcompensating soccer dads. I'm happy to mix a cocktail within reason. Okay. What have you got then? Shay's got everything you can think of and then some. I could go for a mint julep. Hey. What's that outside? That's a dude. Or a chick. It's someone. Outside? Some guy out in the rain. Ah, shit. Maddie? Maddie, what's up? Let's get started on the drink. Oh, no. Wait, is that Ned? Morning. Is that Ned? Hi? Hello, recently departed. Hey, that hat you're wearing kind of makes you look like Ned Kelly. I could have sworn you were standing outside literally a second ago. So, this is Ned. This is fucking Ned. So, how'd this one cark it? Good morning to you too, Ned. Yep, it's Ned. They don't like Ned. It's 7 o'clock in the morning, Madeline. Oh no, don't even say that name. Just call her Maddie. Piss off, Nedward. That's not even my full name. Isn't it, Maddie? Chase said it was, and he never lies. He never said that. Well, no, but it's worth a try. Thank God. A try at what? Catching me off balance? Some shit along those lines? Mate, I am so off balance right now. A light breeze would knock me head over ass. Don't push me. Hey, this mint julep is great. Just wanted to contribute to the conversation. Oh my god, so you catch the game last night? Okay, so the Australian Football League provides everyone with a chance to root for your favorite local team unless you're Tasmanian. Wow. No. And I do not care to discuss the egg sport with you or anyone else. Don't try it. Oof. Just making polite conversation. You should try it sometime. Maybe. Not for you, though. Yeah, fuck you, Ned. I don't even know why we don't like Ned, but fuck Ned. I don't know. He seems eh. Maybe not for you, though. You've never come in during daylight hours before. What do you want? Nothing much. I'd like to talk to Che at some point, but I can wait, seeing as he's missing. Planned on sending out a search party. Might do. And be ashamed to lose an old friend by letting him wander into some train tracks or something. What? Is that a threat, Ned? Yeah, well, shut up. He's upstairs last I saw. What was that? What was the last you saw, Maddie? Tell me. Why are you like this? What was it? Last saw him walking upstairs, so he could be anywhere then. Probably fled the country to dodge the massive time debt you owe. Illicit time debt you lot are racking up. Oh my god, I hate Ned. Nope, I hate Ned now. Nope, I don't like Ned. They have a right to not like Ned. Some obligations have a way of following you no matter where you run to. Fuck you, Ned. He can't go far. I've got him on a pretty tight leash. And in regards to the debt, it's not your problem. You must not have heard. Not your problem. Che, your dickhead friend Ned is here. Oi, I'm a distinguished gent, not a dickhead. I'll be down in a sec. Yeah, sure, but you also work for the Council of Death. Ah, I see. So even if you are distinguished gent, it cancels out. Is the Council of Death like a normal city council, except for wherever dead people live? Yeah, but the only trash that needs to be collected is right in front of me. Damn, they really hate Ned. This guy. Me? No, you. You're the trash, Ned. The trash is you. It's you! Ned, the trash man from hell. Because council picks up trash. That's the joke. Ooh! Ooh, there is some there is some beef with this council. Oh, cool. He's even got a head shaped like a rubbish bin. She's not wrong. Totally fitting. I'm not from hell. I don't care. And to be clear, Ned, in case you weren't already, you are the trash. Yeah, I get it. You know how long Che's going to be? Don't know. He was busy upstairs with Ashley. Yeah, I had to hide, like, 5 steak knives from her. Don't even know how we had 5 steak knives. Be quiet there, mate. How long have you been sitting there? Does it matter? Well, your employee's been very rude to me, so if you'd heard any of that, I keep trying to tell them. My employee? Yes. We have some catching up to do. I don't follow. Did she quit? Did you fire her for gross incompetence? Far from it. There's been a bit of a shakeup in the cafe management structure since you've last visited. Oh no. Don't tell me you gave her the whole thing. Okay, I won't tell you. I tried to tell you before, man. Hey, does anyone else like mint julep? Because this is great, and I'm nearly done with it. I'm nearly done, but also my tongue is numb, and I'm wondering what this deal with that is. Oh, was there something you wanted to discuss? I need a drink before we go through all that. Sure. The usual? Yes, please. The fuck, Ned. The fuck, Ned. Also, like, how come he gets a curly straw? Right! Why does Ned get a curly straw? Because fuck Ned. Why didn't he get it? So, Che, spin me a tale of how and why you handed down the cafe to this person. Well, every man's got his price. Can my price be a curly straw too? Buddy, I'll give you 2 if it means you'll stop complaining about numb lips. What did you make this with? I couldn't find half the ingredients, so I put a bunch of baijiu and chili seeds. It's got some of the stuff though, so it's a mint julep and spirit, if nothing else. Does this have any mint or julep in it at all? It definitely may be lacking mint. And I cannot confirm nor deny the essence of a mythical julep. To some people, this place seems otherworldly. For others, this is just the world they live in. You asked for baijiu earlier, though, so there you go. Mission complete, Maddie. I'm getting very drunk very fast. Baijiu will do that to you. Here, I think you should have a little lie down. He's having an existential crisis. I'll get you some water. I'm as strong as an ox. I don't need no lie down. Kishan, my dude, you absolutely need to get horizontal as soon as possible. You can sober up in one of the booths up the back. It's nice and quiet over there. I'll fight you. I'll win though. Up you get, mate. Bloody hell, it would have been helpful if you told me about this before. Probably. I'm not worried about it. Maddie knew what she was getting into with this whole cafe situation, and it's natural that it might take a while for her to get the hang of running a business. Bloody hell. A bit of a dog's diner though, don't you think? Dog's diner, Ned would know. Damn. Well, for sure, but it'll get better. Like I said, no worries about it. Well, might want to hold your judgment on that for a moment. I am unfortunately here on official business. Of course you are, Ned. Of course you are. Oh, I should have given you the straw then. I shouldn't have given you the straw then. No, you shouldn't have. I look quite silly. Want me to get rid of it? It's just Maddie. She won't use it to derail our conversation or make me look like a fool or anything like that. Straw? No, I'll get you one after you have a nap. You can sip the water like a normal person. I'll put it with the dirty dishes then. This was like a little music sign. That's cute. Huh? It just what? Magic, I guess. The sacrifices I make for this job. Hey, you met me through it, so it can't have been all bad. That was bloody 100 years ago. Man, really? Longer. Time flies when you're immortal, huh? Quasi-immortal. This old rust bucket's still got an expiry date somewhere down the line. Time comes for us all. What's this about immortality? Hey, you should buy more plants. Shut up. Sorry, continue. Immortality? Nothing that I trust you with, that's for sure. Don't you want to see crotchety old me being rude to youngsters in 100 years? Truly, I do not. The far future doesn't need amateur necromancers. Whoa! Excuse you. Whoa. Amateur can describe someone who's not good enough to turn pro, but it could also mean someone who's passionately engages in something just for the pure love of it. Your loss. So, you two heading upstairs? Actually, Ned does in fact have something fairly important to discuss with you. Oh? It's about the debt you owe to the council. Yeah, I know. What about it? What the fuck, Ned? Maddie, it's time. You owe us over 600 hours! Chase signed a contract. The hours or the cafe? You owe the cafe. You own the cafe, so you own the debt. And tonight, I've come to collect. Huh? What's gonna happen? I like this music though. Oh, let me move this. My bad. Huh. Necro Barista. Wait, so that whole thing was like the intro to this game? Shit, that whole gameplay. Visitation, is it possible to die twice? Question mark? That was the whole intro? Like, oh. That was kind of intense. Do they do that often? Song and dance thing? Yeah, what do they think they are? Some sort of anime street gang? That's beautiful. What sort of self-obsessed jerk has their own theme song? Don't be a downer, pal. No, I was thinking about the dramatic encounter. Oh, between Maddie and Ned? Yes? Yeah, they've got chemistry. Not the romantic kind, the explosive kind. Good. Can't leave them in the same room together, they'll kill each other. Bad history? Maddie's just a serially troublesome person from Ned's perspective. Doesn't help that she can't stop herself from pulling pranks on him. No, I suppose not. I mean, he doesn't make it easy either. I don't think he's used to having his authority questioned. She really gets under his skin. Wasn't he a famous criminal? And there lies the irony of the situation. What a strange world we live in. He was a famous criminal? Holy shit. And now he's just coming to collect it. What? Now he's got a respectable job? What the fuck, Ned? What the fuck is this shit? Oh god, Ned. What the fuck, Ned? It shouldn't be a depressing memory for any of us. Doodle mode is now available. You can now speak to Ashley to access doodle mode. What is doodle mode? That's interesting. Oh, I'm upstairs. Okay. Nice. This. Doodle mode. So what is doodle mode? Oh. Maddie's inbox. From Jeanette Annette. JeanBean19 at yahoo.com. Spirit Bacon Leakin. Date October 25th, 2014. 7:30 a.m. Admin at terminalvelocity.org. Hi, Madeline. This is Jeanette from the location down by the docks. I believe we met in person for the first time last month. I was opening up this morning and noticed that most of our spirit juice was gone. I checked the map and saw that you're on the nearest location with the spirit beacon. I think you may have drained some of our supply. Honest mistake, I'm sure, but if you can stop running your spirit beacon during peak hours, that would be much appreciated. Thanks, and looking forward to working with you in the future. Jeanette. Oh no, Jeanette. Again. Spirit beacon leaking. January 28th, 2014. 1:59 p.m. Admin. Hi, Madeline. Hope you got my previous message. Just wanted to give you an update on spirit juice situation over here. I had several bottles that I marked last night just to confirm the issue. When I got in this morning, the levels were below where I marked them. We're definitely losing spirit juice, and you're the only spirit beacon close enough to be affecting us. Please modulate your use to reasonable levels. I don't think this should be a problem as long as you're not running your beacon overnight. Again, not trying to assign blame here, but please be considerate of folks that you're at other locations. Thanks, Jeanette. Oh no, not again. January 31st, 2014, 7:37 p.m. Madeline, we are draining spirit juice over here so fast that if I sit and watch, I can see it disappearing from the bottle. You're the only spirit beacon that is even remotely close to where we are, and we really need you to stop. If it's affecting us, then it's probably affecting other locations. This is completely unacceptable. Fix this now, Jeanette. Oh no, here we go again, Jeanette. February 1st, 7:37 p.m. Hey, Madeline, care to explain why you aren't at the terminal today when I showed up? I spoke with a girl named Ashlig who said you decided to take the day off. What a coincidence. I was not impressed by the crying routine you had her do. Honestly, you should be ashamed of using a child's fake tears to try and hide the situation that you caused. Turn off your beacon. I do not want to be the bad guy here, but if you don't do something, I'm going to have to get the council involved. Clarence Firm. You misplaced cutlery. Oh no. Answer in 2 seconds. I will be right back while ads are going. Give me 1 sec. I gotta check on my laundry. I'm back. Hello, hello. I came back. I pulled out all my stuff from the dryer. Yeah, everything's out of the dryer. Anyways, boop. Clarence Firm. Okay, February 8th, 2014. To admin at terminalvelocity.org. Hi, Maddie. This is Clarence from the docks location. Just wanted to give you a heads up. This morning we found out that the site manager we recently hired, I believe you met Janet last month, was leaving spirit juice in untempered glass bottles, and we had a bit of a leak. We ended up having a bit of a problem with some animated cutlery. Oh, it was her. It was Jeanette's problem. We found out that the site manager we recently hired, I believe, who met Jeanette last month, was leaving spirit juice in untempered glass bottles, and we had a bit of a leak, and we ended up having a bit of a problem with some of the animated cutlery. We have the situation under control over here, and we're mostly sure everything is accounted for on our end. Unfortunately, this started happening about a week ago, which might be enough for something to wander off far enough that we wouldn't be able to detect it. Very unlikely that this happened, but just wanted to give you a heads up in case a possessed steak knife wandered off far enough to find your beacon and decides to pay you a visit. Sorry about this situation. Rest assured that the person responsible for this won't have any opportunities to mess up anything of this magnitude again. By the way, are you planning on going to M's birthday next month? Regards, Lance. Oh my god, that's funny. Maddie Zhao? Misplaced cutlery. October 12th, 2014, 6:42 p.m. at Clarence. Or Clance. Hi, Clance. Sorry I missed your message earlier. I no longer use this address. Please use contact at Terminal Velocity Hour for anything related to terminal business. Hope you enjoyed M's birthday party. I don't remember why I couldn't attend, but I'm sure it was a good reason. Maddie. Maddie. Oh, that's why she wasn't getting the emails. Because it was the wrong email address. That's funny. That's so funny. It was Jeanette's fault. Advisory role. Maddie was washing her hands when Ashley poked her head around the corner. Here to confess something or here to ask for something, thought Maddie to herself as she dried her hands and turned to face the girl. Maddie, the grin on Ashley's face confirms that it was the latter. Maddie arched an eyebrow and turned to the coffee grinder. Ashley stepped around the corner and stood close enough for Maddie to occupy her field of view. Every time Maddie turned, Ashley again repositioned herself. She was waiting for Maddie to notice her. After a minute, Maddie decided that having Ashley hovering around her was more distracting than indulging whatever it was she wanted to talk about. What do you need, Ashley? I don't need anything. Though, now that you mention needing things, I think you might need something. Such as an advisor. Ashley smiled triumphantly as she delivered the word, uh-huh. What would I need an advisor for? To advertise you, of course. And I suppose you have a suggestion for who I should take on as an advisor? Well, now that you mention it, I'm not too busy. I could be your advisor because you're an expert advising. Expert on advising. That's what an advisor needs to know about. And what makes you an expert on advising? I've been learning a lot about advisors. They get to help make important decisions, and then the person they're advising has to take the responsibility for them. That's why I'd make a good advisor. Because you don't want to take responsibility for your actions. I take responsibility for my advice, but if someone follows my advice, and that's up to their discretion and their responsibility, duh. I don't think I need an advisor. Oh, but you do! Aren't you always complaining about how busy you are? Yes. So busy that I don't have time to have extra counseling sessions with you. I'm not going to be your counselor, Maddie. I'm going to be your advisor. The difference being, a counselor counsels and an advisor advises. Of course. Busy people always seem to have advisors. The Prime Minister has advisors. Presidents, too. All the most important people have advisors. Their advisors tend to be more experienced than they are. Advice travels from those who have it to those who need it. Well, I'm doing fine, so I don't need advising. But you could do with some advising, and I'd be happy to give you the advice I've got. Plus, you're more important than I am. You're kind of like the Prime Minister of the terminal, or the President of the terminal, or whatever. You're kind of the person who needs advisors. I see. So am I hired? You already have a lot on your plate, I'm sure. Nope. I've got lots of free time. In that case, you have time to wash these dishes for me. Let me know when you're done. Wait. I'm only free to advise. I'm physically fatigued from a long day of work. Only my mind has extra processing power. I can only help you if it's by advising. Well, advising has physical responsibilities associated with it, right? Like, sometimes an advisor will go to places to get important information. I guess so. I can do anything that relates to giving you information. In that case, advisor Ashley, I need you to give me a report on which of these plates looks best when it's sparkling clean. But they're all dirty right now. Exactly. Time for you to do some investigative research. See ya. Damn, that's great. That is, yes, 10 out of 10. I love it. Advisory role. Advisoring by cleaning the dishes. Ooh, delicate operation. Ashley stepped behind the counter and winced as the floor creaked under her feet. Maddie was nowhere to be seen, but Maddie did possess a remarkably sharp sense of hearing. Luckily, the cafe was empty as Ashley tiptoed to the case where Maddie kept the baked goods. Ashley lifted the glass lid off the case and closed her eyes as the scent of yesterday's lamingtons wafted up and overwhelmed her. Ashley had spent most of her life convinced that she didn't like coconuts, but that had changed the day that Shay introduced her to lamingtons. To be fair, Ashley still wasn't sure that she actually liked coconut. Chocolate frosting could make anything taste good, but she couldn't deny the cake's irresistible allure. Ashley lifted a lemington from the case and gently set the lid back down. She raised the lemington to her lips and opened her mouth to take a bite. Ashley? In the moment of panic, Ashley shoved the pastry into her mouth and sealed her lips. Her mouth was quickly overwhelmed by the pastry's thick frosting covering, and she did her best to choke it down before facing Maddie. Said Ashley, hoping that her cheeks didn't betray what was inside. Ah, good, you're here, said Maddie. It was a bad sign anytime Maddie expressed pleasure in seeing Ashley. Normally, Maddie wavered between being annoyed by Ashley's presence or being indifferently tolerant of her. Anytime Maddie was happy to see Ashley, it meant work. I need you to deliver something to Che for me, said Maddie, turning to the counter to pick up a small bottle of something. As Maddie turned her attention to the bottle, Ashley took advantage of her momentary distraction to gulp down the remainder of the pastry. No time to chew, but her teeth wouldn't have done much good with the thick frosting. You're not busy, are you? Said Maddie. Ashley shook her head no. The pastry was no longer inside her mouth to create a suspicious bulge of the cheeks, but opening her mouth would reveal the thick chocolate frosting that was still probably present in her teeth, so she kept her lips sealed. Good. He's upstairs. Get this to him ASAP. She handed the bottle to Ashley, and Ashley found herself surprised by how light the bottle was. Looking down, she could see what the bottle had thin walls. Within those thin walls, it contained some clear liquid, and its seal was held in place by a metal clamp, hermetically sealed. Ashley turned down the stairs, holding the neck of the bottle in one hand, and let out a sigh. One last thing. Ashley swallowed her sigh with a gulp and closed her mouth before facing Maddie, lips tight shut. Be careful not to drop it, Maddie said. Thousands could die if you spill any of it. In any other situation, Ashley would have asked Maddie a probing question to figure out what was in the bottle, or get some idea of the significance of the risk or the task. That had been assigned to her significantly enough that thousands of lives held in the balance, but apparently not important enough for Maddie to do it herself. But Ashley's lips remained sealed as she merely nodded and turned around. Lamingtons were not meant to be consumed in a single bite, especially by mouths as small as Ashley, and the thickness of the frosting that lingered in her mouth and throat made her desperate to ask for some kind of drink, but she dared not ask for one. Ashley looked down at the bottle, unsure of the best way to carry it. The bottle was slightly too large for her to hold in just one hand, and grasping it in front of her with two hands felt awkward. The bottle wasn't heavy, but Ashley's confidence in her ability to carry the bottle without dropping it was less than perfect. Could she cradle it under her arm protectively? No, that seemed like it could put her at a greater risk for fumbling the bottle. The crook of her elbow wasn't dexterous as her fingertips. She settled for carrying the bottle with one hand placed under the bottom and to hold the weight, and the other wrapped around the neck steadily. Ashley walked slowly with the bottle as she ascended the stairs. Maddie hadn't told her that the liquid was volatile and that the bottle was hermetically sealed, so there was zero chance of anything spilling out. But that didn't change the sense of trepidation Ashley felt. Armed with the knowledge that there were potentially thousands of lives at stake, she cringed every time she felt the liquid sloshing inside the bottle, leaking up and lapping at the edge of the seal. Ashley realized her arms were shaking and pressed the bottle against her chest, hoping to steady it. As Ashley's hands shook nervously with the bottle held against her chest, she wondered if the large amount of sugar she had just forced down her throat had something to do with the shaking. It was more likely that her shaking was a result of being told that thousands of lives could be lost if she dropped the bottle. Still, the lingering taste of the pastry in her mouth didn't help. Ashley silently lamented the fact that she had been forced to consume a lamington so abruptly. Lamingtons were a treat to be savored, not shoved into one's mouth in a moment of panic. She hadn't even had the chance to properly enjoy it. It was hard to simultaneously feel the pleasure of the tasty treat and the panic of being caught. Whatever the outcome of this errand, she had wasted a wonderful pastry. Several agonizing minutes later, Ashley arrived at the top of the stairs and spotted Chase standing at the handrail. Ashley walked up, Che turned to face her, and she presented him with the bottle. Ashley cleared her throat, preventing a lingering stickiness before speaking. Maddie said you needed this. Oh, good, said Che. I was running low. Ashley gasped with relief as Che took the bottle from her and started taking deep, labored breaths, suddenly becoming aware of how high her heart rate was. Che popped open the seal of the bottle, then splashed some of it onto a rag. Several drops dripped onto the floor, and Ashley let out a terrifying shriek. Something wrong? Said Che. Maddie said that thousands of lives could be destroyed by what's in that bottle. Well, that's the idea. Thank you for the food, Nick. Welcome in. You have no trash, but you won! Good job. You won some trash. Thousands of lives could be destroyed by what was in the bottle. Well, that's the idea, said Che, as he folded the rag and ran along the railing to overlook the cafe level. It's supposed to kill 99.9% of all bacteria. That still leaves hundreds of bacteria alive, but I try not to think too hard about that part. Ashley's jaw dropped. It's disinfectant? Yeah, said Che. Why did Maddie not tell you? Ashley's shoulder slumped in a mix of relief and exasperation. She only told me that it could kill thousands. And you didn't ask her what she meant by that? No. I was preoccupied. He turned his attention back to the railings, inspecting it for the moment before continuing to wipe it. Ashley turned to head back downstairs. By the way, Ashley turned to face Che. He reached out and placed a finger on her shirt, wiping off a bit of frosting. He raised his finger and smelled it. Chocolate, he said. Yes. One of Maddie's Lamingtons? Yes. Che nodded and licked the frosting off his finger. Go downstairs and bring one for me too, would you? That's funny. That's great. Delicate operation. What's this? Billiards? Oh, there's a door here. So billiards is the next one I can look at. Is that it? Yeah, okay, so billiards. I'm so goated. I'll go bet my soul. And I believe I'll win. No goodness. Good luck, buddy. Brad took a sip from his beer. Non-alcoholic, but there was something about the dry aftertaste that kept him frosty. He leaned over the table and lined up his next shot. He eyed the problematic 9 ball in the upper right corner. He had a low percentage shot on it if he elected to bank it in, but he had 2 other stripes in the lower left to set up. If he had an audience, he'd go for the blank shot for sure. He liked the chance to shine. But today there was no one to impress, no audience for flashy low percentage shots. He took the shots on the 11 and 12, and 3 shots later sunk the 9. An easy shot on the 8 sealed the deal. Brad scanned the table. 4 solid balls remained, a dismal performance on his part, or a stellar performance on the part of the stripes player. That was the problem with playing against yourself. You always won, but you always lost too. Brad chugged the remaining of his beer and added it to the collection of empties, which now stood 5 bottles strong. He took a moment to survey the room. His table was the only one of the 4 that was in use. That didn't come as any surprise to him. It was early in the evening and he had grown accustomed to spending time alone in this room. He knew when he could come here to be alone and when the other sharks showed up. Oh, sharks, huh? The lone sharks. Brad grabbed the triangle. It was looped around the collection of beer bottles to set the balls in order for another round. Someone came upstairs and Brad looked up briefly, long enough to see a woman who he recognized as the dour-faced barkeep who had served him the beers that kept him company for the past hour or 2. Several steps behind the woman, he saw an older-looking man. The man stopped in front of the table opposing Brad's and began chalking up his cue. Brad directed his attention to the man. He usually offered people a game when they came up, but the man seemed prepared to keep to himself, so Brad said nothing and tried to focus on his own table. He set up to break, and the older man coughed as he shot. He hit the cue ball just a fraction off the green. It bounced off the rack onto the other side pocket, and the rest of the balls jostled on the table. stink. Brad didn't answer when playing pool. His earlier experiences with competitive billiards had been in an environment that forbade obscenities and issued foul penalties every time he let out an involuntary shit or fuck. Aw, damn. That's crazy. He had to find cleaner substances. Break came the sound from the old man's table. 2, 3, 4. Brad put down his break cue and picked up the leather-tipped cue he was leaning against the table. 5, 6. Brad chalked his cue, trying to avoid the tilt from his bad break. 7, 8. He lined up a shot and realized that the man was already fishing his balls out of the pockets and collecting them in the triangle. Brad did a double take. Had the man sunk the 8 ball after 8 strokes, including break? Brad continued playing his own table, but kept an eye on the older man this time. It happened again. Break. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A perfect clean sweep. As the old man began clearing the table, Brad walked over. "Excuse me," he said, "but I couldn't help but notice you just hit 2 perfect games." "What's that?" The man turned to Brad, squinting at him. Brad repeated himself a bit louder this time. "I was just complimenting you on 2 perfect games. Impressive stuff." The man heaved his shoulders. "Sometimes you get a bit of luck on your side." "Still," said Brad, "you don't see novices hitting 2 consecutive perfect games." The man offered another ineffectual shrug. "Do you want to play a game?" Brad gestured to his own table, which was already set up. "Most of the people who come here tend to be novices. I've been itching for a bit of competition." Brad paused, but the man said nothing. "Of course, if you'd prefer to play on your own table, I don't mean to intrude." "You can play," said the man, "though if I can shoot perfect a 3rd time, you wouldn't get to." "I'd be impressed if you could pull that off," said Brad. The older man racked the balls and stepped away from the table and let Brad break. Brad leaned over the table, took several practice strokes before finally connecting the cue ball. The break was weaker than he expected, but he managed to sink 1 ball. He looked at the table annoyed and realized that he hadn't bothered to check if the racks were frozen before he broke. His next shot was a straight into the middle pocket. He briefly visualized the trajectory of the cue ball in his mind. It would easily knock the 6th ball in, then bounce towards the front of the table. Brad wasn't confident of where exactly the ball would stop, but he was confident he'd be able to do something with it. He took the shot and the 6th ball went in. Solids. After the cue ball settled, found himself with no good options, Brad smiled. Making something out of nothing was his specialty, and after a few moments of eyeing different angles, he settled on a shot towards the bottom pockets. A striped ball was in the way, so Brad hit the cue ball several degrees to the side, curving its trajectory around the enemy ball. It hit the solid 3 ball and the shot was made. Brad looked at the man, hoping for some kind of reflection. The man's mouth remained a flat line, but his eyebrows arched. If anything, the man's lack of obvious expression struck him as a deliberate attempt to not show a response. That he had managed to get a slight rise out of the old man felt like a sweet victory. Brad made his next shot quickly, an easy straight-in shot with 2 balls, made without thinking about where the cue ball would land. That would be a problem for future Brad. But several seconds later, Brad found himself scolding past Brad for putting him in such a foul position. He was corner hooked, with the cue ball trapped next to the center pocket, and the only angles available to Brad existed in 60-degree arc. He surveyed his limited options and breathed a sigh of relief as he reflectively straightforward blank shot presented itself. It was an awkward angle, but he knew he could coax the 3 balls into the opposite corner pocket. He took the shot, watching the 3 ball roll completely into its designated pocket. Unfortunately, the cue ball went in with it, ending Brad's turn and placing the ball on the man's possession. I'll stink. Brad could have sworn the man wrinkled at him as he finished the cue ball out of line of a simple shot on the side pocket. The 9 went in, then the 11 and the 12. Brad fought Brad found himself taking it for granted that each striped ball would enter its designated pocket and instead focus on the cue ball. Somehow, the cue ball always wound up in a position that presented the oldster with an ideal chip shot. Ball after ball fell off the bed until finally only the black 8-ball and Brad's solids remained. Fortunately for Brad, the 8-ball and the cue ball were on opposite sides of the table with several Brads in between. The man eventually gave up and settled for a defensive shot that put the cue ball behind the 8. Now the tables were turned. Brad was the one cut off from his balls. He lived for shots like this. He took the shot. The cue ball hit the 8, and the 8 hit the 1, and the 1 hit the 7, bouncing it against the front of the table and into one of the side pockets. Brad couldn't help but smile. Things couldn't have gone better even if he had planned them. Instinct and muscle memory did what his calculating mind couldn't. Now that the table was conveniently free of striped balls, Brad had no trouble sinking the remaining consecutive shots he needed to close out the game. As Brad lined the final shot on the 8-ball, he studied the older guy. If the man was reacting, he couldn't tell. Brad closed his eyes as he contemplated the final stroke, as he always did. He wasn't really religious. He stopped going to church with his mom when he was 12, but it always felt right to leave the result in the game to God. Damn, said the old man as the 8-ball fell into the pocket. Brad flinched. He'd been hoping for some praise from the man for winning the game. Perhaps a damn was all that the man was prepared to offer. Excuse me, said Brad, but I don't think we bothered to exchange names. I'm Brad. Thomas. The old man extended a hand. I've got to say, said Brad, you're quite a player. I take it you're not from around here? No. I grew up in Brisbane, retired in Sydney, and I'm just passing through. Brad nodded. I figured I actually grew up in this neighborhood. Played on the tables just like these when I was a kid, so I know most of the folks on the local competitive circuit. I guess someone like you would have played competitively, huh? You didn't pick up skills like that in the tiny pond. You'd be surprised, said Thomas. A man can accomplish quite a bit when given enough idle time. But you have played competitively, said Brad. I used to, yes, said Thomas. I actually formally retired many years ago, but kept a table at home for practice to keep mind sharp. Where did you compete? Oh, I toured in England. Wait, said Brad. You were a pro? A pro makes a salary, said Thomas. I won enough to cover my travel expenses and to make up for the time I spent not working a real job. Brad couldn't hide his excitement. Wait, you said England. Did you ever play in the World Billiards Championship? Yep, said the old man. I played the WBC for a few years, but eventually I decided the title was a summit I'd never reach, so I quit. Wait, you said your name was Thomas. Are you Thomas Walsh? Indeed I am, said Thomas. You're a legend. I think you might be overseeing it. Even when I was at my prime, I wasn't the best. Results speak for themselves. Now fuck that. You were a finalist for 6 years running. Nobody ever been that consistent. Even the best pros who managed to run hot burn out after more than 2 or 3 years. Thomas sipped his beer. I've spent hundreds of hours watching your videos. I didn't realize there were videos of me. I have tapes from the finals from 1967 and 1968. They didn't record them before that, but your last 2 years got recorded for posterity. They're kind of rarities at this point, but I had a coach who had a vault-to-vault footage. Coach? Thomas arched an eyebrow. Yeah, you didn't have a coach? Thomas shook his head. We mostly just taught ourselves and each other. Sometimes you got to practice with people better than you, but that was it. Well, I mostly taught myself, but after I started winning some regionals, I joined a team so that I could get sponsored and have a group to train with. Interesting. Brad waited for Thomas to continue further, but no questions came, so he decided to continue without an invitation. I won the WBC in 2012. No luck since then, I take it. Brad stammered out. Well, yeah. He laughed awkwardly. I'd never been a consistent player, not like you anyway. He offered a sheepish grin. My mom had an album full of article clippings talking about me like I was some kind of prodigy, the next big thing. Now it feels like I'll forever be a footnote in history. Brad waited for the words of affirmation to come from his hero. Thomas just took another drink from his glass, finishing it off before setting it down next to Brad's empty bottles. Brad said, Brad, said Brad, feeling foolish. Can I get you a drink in exchange for another game? It would be a real pleasure. Sure, said Thomas. Give me a Guinness. Actually, make it 2. Brad sprinted down the stairs and returned several minutes later with a tray bearing 2 pints of Guinness. Thomas began setting up the table for the next game, Brad hovering over him. You know, this place is pretty magical, getting to play a game of pool like this. He wasn't quite sure how to say it, but figured Thomas knew what he was getting at. I mean, this is the sort of place where anything can happen, you know what I'm saying? Not anything, said Thomas. There are limits. Well, yeah, but still, 2 former champs, one coming back from, from beyond the grave, so to speak. That's not the kind of encounter you'd expect to have anywhere else. Thomas looked at him. Magical indeed. When I walked up here, I didn't realize that you were, well, rubbed his chin. Let's just say that I don't meet a lot of pool pros at bars. Sip of his beer. You want a break? Sure. Brad broke and went. Hands guided by instinct managed to sink 5 balls consecutively. Like magic, his shots always connected. Some people might buckle under pressure, but Brad's performance always seemed to rise to the occasion. With just 2 striped balls left, Brad knew he was on the streak, but he had lined up his next shot. He took a moment to consider the position of the 8 ball. It was nestled in an awkward position behind Thomas's balls, but if he could clear a path to it while sinking the last stripe, Brad looked at the sea of balls and knew there was no way for him to mentally calculate every vector. But instinct had gotten him this far, and he wasn't about to stop listening to it. Now, Brad took the shot, and the cue ball knocked the last striped ball into the corner pocket. Then the cue ball bounced off the table back towards Thomas's cluster of balls. Brad grinned in elation as the cue ball hit a solid, which hit another in a chain reaction that sent the ink ball heading towards the right of the corner, just like he wanted. It was headed right towards the corner where there were no balls to intercept it. It was heading right towards the corner, into the pocket. He stopped grinning. Brad knew with a growing dread that the friction of the cloth wouldn't be enough to stop the ball in time. He waited for the impending disaster happen in slow motion, powerless to stop the game he had been going so well. He'd been about to hit a perfect game in front of his childhood hero, and now he was going to lose it in the most inglorious way imaginable, an accidental illegal combination shot. Brad closed his eyes, but not even God could save him now. He didn't need to see it. The sound of the ball plucking into the pocket was enough. He lost the game. That's it. Okay. That's it. Huh. Interesting. Can I go downstairs? Yeah, I can go. Oh, wait. I can't go downstairs, can I? Can I go down here? What do I do? Advisory roll. No. There she is. How am I upstairs? Oh, keep the balance? Overdue this week, said Ned. He tapped the list of rules and Maddie kept posted by the door. This 24-hour rule, are you sure you've been enforcing it? I think how we run things around here is none of your business. Actually, it's absolutely my business. In fact, keeping the rules is basically my only business. That's kind of what the word enforcer means. I'm supposed to scold you for breaking the rules. So audit me. Fine. Let me check your ledger. We don't keep a ledger. Maybe you should. Lots of places do. It's a great system. You have someone standing at the door and have them mark down whatever someone comes or leaves. Then you forcibly evict people who are overstaying their welcome. I'm amazed that you don't have a system like this in place. Some people overstay their welcome, other people understay it, said Shay. We have no need to strictly keep track of how long people stay, right? Just maintain the balance. You're right. All that matters is maintaining the balance, so maintain the balance. Because when you don't, then we have a problem. You're a bit short-staffed to have someone acting as a full-time doorman. Figure it out. He tapped the board listing the rules. Change 24 hours to 23 hours. When you say 24 hours, people think you can just quietly mean one day and they don't pay attention to the specific time. When you say 23 hours, people actually have to keep track of what time it is. That would be fine, said Jay, except for the part where you're cutting time of people's stay. Trust me, anyone who would go right up to the limit is probably going to go over it. 23 hours is going to mean 23 hours plus an extra 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half hour plus whatever, how long it takes to finish their drink. And if they leave in less than 24, who gives a shit? I give a shit. You're right. You should give a shit. In fact, you should celebrate whenever you manage to scooch someone out of here in under 24 hours because the balance is upset and you've got to correct it. Fuck Ned, man. Ned can go suck a dick. The balance 1 hour at a time, or the council can come in here and repossess some souls. Or we can find someone who knows how to manage this proper responsibility. Turned to Shay. Come on, buddy. I don't want to have to take this place away from you. That would be quite the escalation. Well, you're already on the first level of escalation, which is a stern talking to. Let's try not to escalate it any further. Jay sighed. Well, Maddie cut him off. We'll change the rule to 23 hours, okay? Buzz off. Wow, really? Well, okay then. And while you're rewriting the sign, you should also make the green tea frappuccino off the menu. Fraps should be for coffee, not tea. Done. Wait, really? Damn, I didn't realize you were so open to feedback. Also, that caramel will take it under advisement, said Maddie, placing a hand on Ned's chest and physically pushing him towards the door. Hold up. What are you doing? Removing an unwanted guest. I need to practice if we're going to start enforcing those rules you care so much about. Now as he continued backpedaling to stay upright. Ooh, look, you could just bye, said Maddie. As Ned crossed the threshold out of the cafe and Maddie shut the door in his face, she turned around, leaning her back against the door and sighing. Che raised an eyebrow. You're serious about the rule change? Yeah. I'll change the sign in the menu after we close tonight. Wait, really? The rule change is just to keep him off my back. And the menu thing? I've been meaning to take that off anyways. It's the kind of menu item that attracts the worst sort of people. Well, okay. Though I do think we should change the rule back to 24 hours after things had enough time to balance out, of course. Wouldn't want to upset the balance too far in the opposite direction. What would we do with all the extra time anyway? Huh. Ah, cool. This is gone. Ashley's journal. Enter what's doodle mode? What's doodle mode? Enter doodle mode. What's doodle mode? I need to know. Noodle mode. In doodle mode, you can draw a face for each ashling. Whenever an ashling appears throughout the game, you'll be able to see your artistic masterpiece. Wait, I can draw on Jacoby and Jacob? I can draw on Jacob and Lilith? Oh, hell yeah. How am I going to draw Lilith? That's the question. Okay, lovelies. Wait. Oh my god. I'm gonna need a controller for this, apparently. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna need a controller for this bullshit. And a mouse. Okay, okay. There we go. I need to pull up an image of Lilith. Because it's gonna be Lilith. Lilith. It's her name. Okay. It's fine. Lilith. There it is. La. Alright, I got an image. No, let's draw. Let's draw. Okay. So, Lilith had this little, like... Oh, hold on. Okay. So, Lilith has this little wispy thing on her hair. And then there's an eyeball. I'm drawing. Don't mind me. There's like a little eyeball right here. With like little wings. This is so bad, but it's so good. This is so bad, but oh my god, this is beautiful. I love it. And then I got hair right here. And then some more hair down here. More hair down here. It's beautiful. 10 out of 10. There. It's so bad, but it's so funny. Okay, it's so bad, but it's so great. Okay. Alright, we're good. This is a little beautiful. Thank you, Danny. Okay, next, save and exit. No. Okay. No. Draw face, clear, save. Back. No. Save. There. And then back. Yeah. Sure. Oh god, it's Lilith. Okay. How's Jacob? It's Jacob's turn. Okay. So I don't really need a lot for Jacob, thankfully. I just need like a hood. Okay, nope, that's not. I need like a hood. I need like a hood. And then like one eyeball. There's an eyeball. Just one eyeball. And then okay, that's beautiful. Okay, and then like I think like the outline of the hood. Just fill in the square. Fill in the square eye and just draw an eye in the middle. Oh, we could, yeah. Oh my god, thank you. So just draw an entire eye. Got you. Got you. Draw an entire eye. It's beautiful. There. It's just an eye. It's just an eye. Yeah. It's literally just an eyeball. There's Lilith and Jacob. Yes, beautiful. Lilith and Jacob are both in my place. Alright, what about Kelper? What should I do for Kelper? He has like the biggest one here. I wonder what I can put for Kelper. I'm trying to think. So I got Lilith and Jacob, and then I don't really have anyone for Kelper. What can I put here? This is the biggest drawing canvas I have compared to the others. The reset and clear is like literally the same. Yeah. And those two are the same. Yeah, move cursor. Draw face. What can I use for Kelper? Okay. Oof. Who can I use for Kelper? Oh. You know what? You know what I'm gonna use for Kelper? Kelper is giving me Alma vibes, so I'm gonna, I'm gonna make it Alma. I'm gonna make it Alma. This is gonna be so funny. Alright, it's gonna be Alma. It's giving me Alma vibes. I'm just gonna put Alma here now. Okay. Now I need to pull up the actual image of Alma. Okay. So if we got... She's a magical flash flap, that's all I know. Alright, and then she's got like a little magical flap. Antennas. And then... just drawing it. Let's get it. No. Damn. Alright. There, and then we got this. This is beautiful. 10 out of 10. It's the best thing I've created. Okay, there's all those. Yeah. There we go. The gang's all here. There's Lilith, Jacob, and Alma. There we go. Because, you know, from her WA PNG to show Alma's face with super close. Okay, yeah, you're right. The super close face, got you. So just like... this Alma's little... I gotta have like little antennas up here at least, like... There. It's just Alma. His fucking face. Alright. Oh, and we can't forget like the little orange. Just chilling here. There. It's just a little orange. It's sad that I can't actually make it smaller, but it's still so funny. There. There's this super up close Jacob's eyeball. Yeah. Oh, there you go. There's Alma's beautiful face. And Lilith. They're gonna hate me, but it's beautiful. Okay, there we go. We're good. We got the gang. We got the gangs all here. This should be a depressing memory for any of us. Yep. Cool. Okay, doodle mode's done. Down here. Okay, do we have faces? Alright. We'll see. The faces better be there. The faces better be there, girl. I better have faces. Or I will scream. I will scream if there are no faces. Okay, yeah, okay, they're here. They're just not in the story. Got it. Why? Okay. I got on Twitter just to look for Alma, and we're done. We'll exit out of that now. Okay. Get me out of here. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Do we have anything else I haven't read yet? Judgment. Already did this one. Crucible products. Don't see anything else. What? Thinking about alchemy? Alchemy? The wrong way. Okay. Highlighted passage from Thinking About Alchemy the Wrong Way by Sophie Cordova. The most study of alchemy throughout history can be categorized as either practical alchemy, that is, alchemy which aims to understand the world only as well as it's needed to fulfill certain utilitarian ends. I botched that. And philosophical alchemy, that is, alchemy which aims to come to a more complete understanding of the world as is without prejudice, for which portions of alchemy understand can be wielded to utilitarian ends. In the modern alchemy movement, there has been a tendency within literature to place a greater emphasis on philosophical alchemy based on the premise that coming to a more complete and correct understanding of the universe is the best way for us to discover new practical methods for the physical use of alchemy. Much of this is based on the modern scientific movement and the post-Enlightenment era. Much like our understanding of the theoretical physics gives us more accurate models of physical reality, which have real applications in engineering. Having a better understanding of alchemy on a philosophical level informs our practice of alchemy. However, it may be that this focus on alchemy, which places the emphasis on being correct rather than useful, has thrown out the baby with the bathwater. Admittedly, my position here is hardly biased. The fact that practical studies of alchemy have largely been chased underground, and the reason that the tome you're reading is self-published rather than distributed through more official channels. For example, underappreciated in the development of modern alchemy practices is the use of the 5-element model. Early pre-Aristotelian alchemy models were based on the understanding of 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, and metal, and water. Later, I said the word and I forgot it again. Aristotelian alchemical models separated elements into 4 categories of earth, water, air, and fire. While this model may be more accurate and reflect an evolution of our understanding of alchemy, it seems to sacrifice the more practical separation of elements in a way that better allows us to understand less tangible things. While wood is not an element strictly speaking, it helps for us to think of it as such. After all, juxtapositioning wood against elements, much as metal and fire, make it apparent that wood possesses certain soul-like qualities that other elements lack, which might prompt us to question what it is about wood that seems to make it behave like a super element with practical uses beyond conventional. There is a great irony in the fact that while these kinds of questions eventually lead us to discourse the 5 elements model, the new model no longer allows for the existence in this sort of question to exist in the academic literature. This book serves as my guide to asking the wrong questions to arrive at the wrong answers that nonetheless seem to work. It is a book for troublemakers and rule breakers. Indeed, the fact that you hold this book in your hand right now is probably evidence that you have broken several rules to acquire it. That, or you are a rule enforcer tasked with destroying my work, who for some reason has decided to take the time to read it. Perhaps you are reading my work in search of identifying information which might lead you to my location. or you are reading to gain a better understanding of someone whom you consider to be an enemy. Perhaps after reading my work, you will realize that my ideas are not so dangerous as you begin to believe. Or perhaps you will realize that you're exactly as dangerous as you've been told. Or that they're exactly as dangerous as they've been told. Huh. Philosophy. Alchemy. Damn. That's actually kind of cool, though. Alchemy! Door's closed. Alright. Continue. Yes. Welcome back from Ad Hill. Isn't this guy supposed to leave at some point? Day 2. Yeah, isn't he supposed to be gone right now? 12 p.m. the terminal. Shouldn't he be gone? Just the side eye. Rise and shine. Don't wanna. You shouldn't waste your last hours on her sleeping. Whoever said, I'll have plenty of time to sleep when I'm dead, probably had a different idea of how things would play out in the afterlife. You know, right? Instead of saying, I'll sleep when I'm dead, say, sleep is for the weak. Man, I was hoping that I was really having a long, weird dream. Sorry, no such luck. Some more pendactic magical practitioners are quite bothered by flippant colloquial use of the word luck. Shay isn't one of them. That's funny. Break ends in too mean. I'm still having trouble getting my head around it. I totally understand. Want a coffee? My god, more coffee, please. I will get a headache. Ooh, the door's open. Ooh. Am I going to a basement? Yeah. Just something simple. Hipster coffee coming right up. What's going on downstairs? I didn't even know you had a downstairs. There's more to this place than meets the eye. Maddie's down there desperately trying to fix her debt situation. Sounds like she's hosting a cage match or something. Well, not exactly, but she's mentioned wanting to do that. There's some wrestler called the Red Comet that she wouldn't stop talking about for a while. And then because of that, Ashley got obsessed with wrestling for a bit and kept trying to suplex me. A suplex. Ashley's small, so she had to opt for wrestling moves that control the opponent's weight instead of trying to lift them. Did she manage to? She's tiny. Oh, did she? Did she actually? A couple of times. It actually happened. I was very humiliated. I could imagine. But to properly answer your question, Maddie's running a gambling ring. Gambling, when you find yourself standing on the brink of death, a wager could be a chance at salvation or the last chance to fill danger. Both of these appeal to different types of patrons. Downstairs, all by herself. It's a fairly unconventional one. And by unconventional, you mean mortals generally aren't involved. The stakes are higher than usual. Oh? Coffee's ready. Come over and get it. Oh? They gamble for time, among other things. You don't sound like you're a huge fan of the idea. I'm not. It's undignified. I mean, as long as Maddie's not in danger, shouldn't it be fine? Council doesn't like it. They turn a blind eye because we don't cause trouble otherwise. But I'd rather not have to worry about bad things coming our way, because Maddie refuses to approach the problem from a different angle. And by the problem, you mean the debt, yeah? I was pretty drunk, but I think I remember Maddie storming off after Ted Ned turned up, my bad. Yes, I'm a bit worried about her. I wish I could help. You all seem pretty nice. The thought's appreciated. Maddie will figure it out eventually, though, I'm sure. She just needs time. Hey, thanks for the coffee, by the way. I just realized you haven't actually made me pay for a bunch of them. How'd you expect to pay for them? Alright. Yep, no cash. If I were feeling particularly capricious, I'd ask you to pay in time. But you're a nice kid and you need every minute you got. Oh? That's a new angle. You want to head downstairs? I can see your eyes darting to the stairs. Oh, it's zooming in. That's so cool. I'm not going down, but I'm also not going to stop you. Yeah, if that's okay. Go on then, I'll stick up around here. My dude, those Birkenstocks. You died in Birkenstocks. I am sorry. Catch you in a bit. I'm so sorry you died in Birkenstocks. Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, if you're gonna die and end up in like clothing that you died in, you're gonna have to dress to impress every day. Which I mean, like, if you want to, you want to. The stairs that led down to the basement were solid and well worn, with smooth ruts on each step and a handrail that had been polished to a silky sheen throughout years of use. Ishan had always liked stairwells. People never lingered in them for long, and he'd found them to be a good place to catch a breaker. He wasn't obsessed with them, that'd be weird, but he definitely appreciated a nice set of stairs. On further reflection, it was probably a little weird. Downstairs, Maddie's audience clamored for blood. Even the dead find blood sports compelling. From you to me, with the understanding that your remaining moments on this place are limited, you surrender this time freely without coercion, as agreed. Contract fulfilled, you're free to go. Everything comes at a price, nothing risked, nothing gained. You. There's a knife just chilling right there. That's 3 in a row, you bloodthirsty bastards. The crowd cheered. Maddie was clearly an expert at winding them up in a frenzy. Who's next? The room felt dead silent. Come on, isn't anyone here brave enough to challenge me? I thought you came here to play with knives, not with knives, you pansies. Oh. Seriously, anyone? Wait, are they doing the knife thing? Like, with your hands? Like, are they doing the knife thing? I can't remember what it's called, but like... I think that's what it is. Don't hold on me. Do I need to pick someone out from the crowd then? Is this what we've come to? Maddie's gaze swept the audience. Kishin, good to see you upright. Interested in the game of skill? Me? Yes, you. Sure? Give me some enthusiasm, my man. Sure, what's the game? 5-finger fillet. Some of the people in here just call it the knife game. I knew it was the knife game! It's a knife game! Oh, I'm so proud of myself. I called it just the knife game. You heard of it? Yeah, I've heard of the knife game. Oh, finally, something I'm good at. Oh! He can do the knife game? Episode 3, Rise and Shine. He can do the knife game. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Son. Got a lot of knives in this place. Oh my god, look at all the cuts down here. I think some of it's blood, too. Tell me about it. Oh my god. Is he good at a knife game? Let's go. Damn, this thing has a good weight to it. Of course, I wouldn't make you compete with an inferior tool. What? Sorry, I was waiting for you to siege into calling me an inferior tool. Shit. That was low-hanging fruit, wasn't it? Next time, mate. Sure. Ishin did another experimental slash, and this time it made an audible whoosh. The specters oohed and awed. But this wasn't for them. He knew that he only had one shot to get accustomed to this blade. Okay. Knife game, let's go. You done showing off? Nothing wrong with putting on a little show. Sounds like you're stalling for time. Getting cold feet, perhaps? Not a chance. Let's get started then. You know what you're wagering. Che mentioned something about you gambling with time. Ugh, it's not gambling if it's a game of skill. Oh, I got all my fingers. The knife goes chop, chop, chop. If I miss, the spaces between my fingers will fall off, and if I hit my fingers, the blood will soon come out. But all the same, I play this game because that's what it's all about. Hey, you know the knife game too, Danny. That's the thing they say, right? But that's besides the point. We're both wagering 4 hours. If you can win, it comes from the cafe's balance. If I win, it comes from yours. You've got around 16 hours left in case you weren't keeping track. Shit, only that many? That's still a lot. Like 24 hours is still a lot of time. And he has 16 left. That's still a lot of time. Want a little extra time to play with then? Hell yes. Let's stop wasting it and get this over with. You sure you know what you're getting into? Most people are pretty shy about playing with the time they have left, especially when their tank's running as empty as yours. Literally 16 hours is still a lot. That's like still a lot of time. Yep, come on. Unless you're getting cold feet. Hardly. You've got 30 seconds. Smack the timer when you're ready. Is he gonna like smirk or something? Alright. Oh my god. This game. Fuck. Ooh. Okay. Oh. Okay, yeah, I forgot. You have to go back to the beginning every time you go past a finger. Okay, out here in case you fed off their enthusiasm. Okay. In response, Maddie leaned back and tapped her finger on the table, feigning impatience. He met her eyes, grinned, and continued his performance. His stabbing motion got faster as he went, to the point narrowly missing each of his fingers. Stabs, strong enough to drive a knife a millimeter into or two into the table, were good if you wanted to put on a show, and of course, giving the spectators a show was part of the fun. You might be getting fast enough to put on a show, but you're not going fast enough to win. I wonder how good Maddie is. It's a song someone came up with years ago. It's in the video. He would speed up the song every time he finished and kept going. Oh, okay. Like, yeah, I know the game didn't have like words to it. I know you just do the whole knife thing, but I think like you said, someone made a song and it's kind of become a thing now. So like whenever I see people playing the knife game, quote unquote, they say that thing. They say the whole chant that they have, which is pretty impressive though, to see people do that and then say it faster as they get faster. Like a whole nother level of difficulty. How did I do? 16 sets, if I counted correctly. Whoa. I couldn't do 16. That's how many Maddie beat me with. Is she gonna lose? Nah, she's gonna kick his ass. Feeling good about that result. I certainly am. Radio then. Watch closely. Oh, I will. 16. Damn, Maddie, let's go. 1. Okay. 3. Okay. 7. 11. 1, 3, 7, 11, 15. Oh. Told you, she's unbeatable. Is that magic? She could cheat if she wanted to. Definitely not. She's just that good. Poor guy. He didn't know what he was getting into. Sorry, mate. You beat me fair and square. I'm pretty impressed. I aim to please. I'll be taking those hours now, if you don't mind. Yeah, sure. How does this work? Oh. Just like this. She just touches him and then he like, you won't feel a thing. Oh. Oh shit. Holy. Oh, I love this. I love how this thing moves. Ishan felt a brief tightness in his chest, and just for a moment, the tip of Maddie's finger burned white hot. You can't beat entropy. You can't beat entropy. Anytime you do an energy transfer, there's going to be some amount of energy lost to heat. Huh. I really love this. This is so cool. Ow. Shit. Sorry, I lied. It's done now, though. Alright. Does anyone else dare to compete with me? Come on, looking for some actual decent opposition here. I'll take any challenge, even if it's chess or something. Any challenge? I challenge you. Oh no, Che. To get everyone a drink. Rounds on me. Che, what the fuck? I thought you said you were gonna come down here. Cellar. Staff only. Terminal. Damn. Ooh, buddy. I didn't realize you were watching. There wasn't anything happening upstairs. I got bored. Right. So, you took some hours from Kishin, huh? Yes, I did. Do you feel good about that? Oh no. Che. Do you? I won them fair and square. He didn't know what he was getting into. There is an obvious power imbalance here that you're exploiting. Che isn't one to let you forget the responsibilities that come with power. Damn. He knew the rules. That doesn't change anything. How is gonna challenge her to get everyone a drink and then say it's on him? Right? They literally don't pay. Like, everyone down there is dead. Like, she only, like, they have to get time, so they use and the people who have time are the dead people more than the human people or the alive people. So they take time from the dead people to pay their debt, apparently. And she's gambling, quote unquote. That doesn't change anything. You led him to believe that he'd get some extra time. Maddie knows firsthand how seductive the promise of extra time can be. And barring a miracle on his part, that absolutely wasn't going to happen. It doesn't matter. He's just passing through. A couple hours won't make any difference. Ooh. Like, damn. Maddie, I'm disappointed in you. Our patrons respect us. We need to earn that respect by treating them with respect ourselves. This is not respectful or dignified. Cheating vulnerable passers through out of their time, we're above that. We're better than that. I don't care whether you think it's dishonest or not. I want you to give that poor man his time back. Oh, but she's just trying to get the debt that you left her, motherfucker. She's trying to pay off this debt that you left her with this goddamn cafe. Don't pout, this is serious. I feel like a broken record saying this, but while I understand your intentions are good, you can't keep doing these things. It's all for you. If you really want to do this for me, find another way. But like, this is your fault, buddy. This isn't worth it, Maddie. Is she trying? Okay, is she trying to get him alive? Like, keep him alive? Or... Oh, man, I don't know what she's doing with it. Like, what happened? Like, they take the cafe, yeah, but like... Do they take his soul? Or, like, do they take his years? I don't know, because he's immortal, so they do take his immortality or something? It breaks my heart to see you like this, and I know that you're trying your hardest. Again, no idea what's going on. Me too, buddy. I don't know what's going on other than the fact that this cafe is a waypoint before you move on to the next life. AKA when you did go finally die. You get 24 hours left to spend on like the edge of reality, or like on the edge of like I guess the edge of physicality and then corporeal. There we go, corporeal, like physicality and corporeal, and then I don't know, just it's like a place to just relax, get your bearings, I guess, and then you move on. And you get like so much time, but if you overstay that time, then there's a debt that goes to the place that you're in, which is the middle, like the gateway is what she said. So that's what I'm getting so far. And they've left, and the reason why they have this debt is because they've left more than like a few people stay past their time. So it's just a debt that keeps racking up unless they stop with that to get time back. But I still don't know exactly what he has to do with it, other than the fact that he owned this place before and owed a huge debt. And then Maddie ended up taking over, which I don't know why she ended up taking over this coffee shop. We'll probably see like the more we get into the story, but from what I'm seeing so far is that she might have taken it over to keep him safe. And so she took on that like debt to keep him safe for whatever was gonna happen. And my guess is they probably would have taken his immortality or something. Like something would have happened to him. So she ended up just being like, oh, this is mine now. So sounds definitely, then it sounds like what I said earlier is true then. Oh, for his mistake. Yeah. No idea what the story is, but I imagine just as a one or cheating people out of their time first. Yeah, okay, yeah. That makes sense then if he did that. Or like he made a mistake, or the fact that like he probably is super soft-hearted for these people who died. Because this man's been alive since 1945. Or like, this guy's been alive since like 1930-ish? 1930-ish to 40-ish, because he served in World War II. So this guy's fucking old. But this really truly is not worth sacrificing your own self-respect over. I mean, that's debatable. Everyone here respects you. Again, debatable. But you gambling with hours just cheapens that. I mean, like, it's fair and square. People know. I mean, this is fair. Old. Yeah, he is very old. Sigh. I'll give the hours back. But, like, buddy, like, it's not really doing anything else. They know what they're getting into. The little penguins and hearts are so cute. Shame, I was pretty great with the knife. She was good at knife game. Still not as good as me. Oh, did she learn from him? Oh, that's gotta be cool. Yeah, it was pretty close. Ooh. You shouldn't waste your last hours on Earth sleeping. I was like, that's an achievement. This game is so good. God. I love the story. I'm confused as fuck. There they are. There they are. It's Amma. Lovely. It's Lilith. Yes. What form do you have? What form did you have before being reborn? I think it was a crab. Jacob! Jacob, no! Come on, I'm being serious. Ashley wouldn't have harvested spirit liquid from a crab. You're assuming an awful lot about how squeamish she is. As far as I can remember, I lived above streets, next to the sky. So bird then? Wings and feathers and such? No, not that. I do remember flying though. Oh, were you a sugar glider? Describe? Did you eat insects and tree sap and flower nectar? That is familiar. Wonder how Ashley found you then. Could have been anything really. You mentioned bright lights earlier. Oof. Oh my god, Lilith was a sugar glider. Beautiful, 10 out of 10. She's beautiful. Yeah, I'm thinking you got hit by a car. Aww. Poor Lilith. That seems likely. Is that bad? I mean, you're here now, so... whether you like it or not. Damn, Jacob. Damn. Shut up. Damn. I'm still adjusting. It's the eyeball. It's so funny, Jacoby and Lovely. And then we got him over there. Yeah, you probably got hit by a car. Like, what the fuck? Oh, this is so it's beautiful. Look at you turning into a responsible human being. Fight Club. Oh! Studio mode is now available. You can now speak to Kishin to access studio mode. What is studio mode? Ooh. Oh! What is this? Pt.1. Huh. Fight Club. Number 1 rule about Fight Club is we don't talk about Fight Club. Alright, let's see what the knives do. Alright, so Beth, let's go, little girl. The man standing in front of Beth smirked. The knife he held seemed almost slight compared to his massive hands, but that didn't make it any less intimidating. Finish this one quick, came a call from behind the knife holder. 3 men stood behind him, wearing expressions which ranged from amused to bored. Beth felt her palm getting sweaty and loosened her grip on that knife in her right hand, sliding her thumb along the guard and to reassure herself that its shape hadn't changed since the moment she picked it up. Take your friend's advice, Beth said to the man who was menacing her. Finish this quick. After all, I'm just a little girl. Well, as little as any 15-year-old girl could be. Can do, said the man, and he drew his knife up for an overhead swing. The man's movements suggested that he didn't know how to use a knife. Not really. He was swinging the knife like he'd swing his fist, like he was trying to bludgeon her with it. Like he'd never really used a knife before. He was stupid. Mercifully stupid. She tried to reassure herself of the fact that trying not to lose her resolve. Oh, they're fighting. They're knife fighting. Holy shit. They're knife fighting. He lunged towards... I thought they were playing the knife game. No, they're just knife fighting. He lunged towards her as he brought the knife down, and Beth raised her left arm. She felt the edge of the knife hit her skin, but the impact of the blow caused the man to lose his grip on the knife. Oh shit. An opening. Beth grabbed the attacker's knife arm, pulled him towards her, thrusting her own knife toward him at chest level. She drove the knife into the man's chest with all the force she could muster, and he fell to the ground and gasped as Beth released her grip on him. The man lay on the ground and put a hand to his chest, moaning. Son of a bitch. You doing okay down there? Said Beth. The man sat up and patted his chest. I didn't expect to lose to a girl. No. Well, that too, but I didn't expect it to hurt this much. These rubber... Oh my god, okay, they're rubber plastic knives. I thought they were... Oh my god, I thought they were real knife fighting. I was about to be like, oh shit. Damn. No, well, that too, but I didn't expect to hurt so much. These rubber practice knives are no joke, said Beth. If I'd stab any harder, I might have broken a rib. The man stood up. You got a name, girl? You can call me Beth. You said and extend your hand. He shook it with a look of hesitation. I'm Kyle. I've got to say, Beth, that was kind of a cheap trick. How do you mean? Beth said. I mean the way you blocked my knife with your arm. It just bouncing right off. You couldn't do that if we were using real knives. He's right, one of the spectators said. Not really a fair fight with rubber knives. I'd like a rematch, said Kyle. Yeah, said one of the spectators. Rematch. The others began chanting along with him. Rematch, rematch, rematch. A voice thundered from above. I thought I told you guys to keep it down. Everyone spun around to face the stairs leading up to the ground floor. Maddie was leaning over the rail of the staircase with a stern look on her face. She tapped a poster on the wall. Beth took a moment to glance at the sign. Fight Club Rules 1. Don't quote Tyler Durden. Quote Tyler Durden. the number one rule of Fight Club. He's not talking about Fight Club. Seriously, no Tyler Durden quotes. 3. Always assume your opponent is mortal. Practice weapons only. Be considerate to other guests. Keep noise at a reasonable level. Don't quote it. Don't quote it. Why didn't... we don't have many rules here, said Maddie. Please don't make me kick you out of the basement. Everyone else in the room cast their gazes downward, looking ashamed with several mumbled apologies. Maddie nodded and climbed back up the stairs, content that she had made her point. Seriously, though, said Kyle. Not really a fair fight without real knives. Beth walked over to the edge of the room and lifted a rug, revealing 2 steak knives. Several whispers erupted from the small crowd. Where'd you get these? Asked Kyle. I swiped them from upstairs, said Beth. They're not exactly combat gear, but these blades are fit to cut through flesh, whether it is cooked steak or a human arm. Whoa! So they are gonna play with real knives. I was not wrong. Beth held one of the steak knives by the blade, presenting the handle to Kyle. We've already broken one rule tonight. How about breaking another one? I won't get hurt, said Kyle. I mean, I can still feel the pain, but you know, I'm not afraid of getting stabbed. Neither am I, said Beth. But don't say you're ready for this if you're not ready to bleed. She turned the knife over in her hands, pressing her thumb against the tip, just enough to draw a single drop of blood. Kyle grinned. Do I look like I would be here if I was afraid to die? Well, this is interesting. Okay. What? Just so many things are happening. I don't understand. Wandering spirits. The kitchen's footsteps echoed in a way that startled him. Were his footsteps always so loud? Perhaps it was just the contrast with the surrounding environment, which seemed to completely silent, that made his footfalls seem so jarringly loud as he walked along the catwalk. He was on a catwalk. Why was he on a catwalk? There seemed to be a gaping space below him, filled with some sort of mist that he couldn't see through. It was a fog-like, and yet, despite the fog that lapped at his feet, the air felt so dry. The air was thick here. As he breathed heavily, Keishan felt an overwhelming sweet, sickly odor, like the smell of wet and rotting wood. But all he could see around him was steel beams and concrete path in front of him. Was it rust he was smelling? No, he knew the smell of rust. This was different. This smell was somehow organic, like the smell of a forest after a fresh rainfall. Keishan shivered. Far in the distance, he could see what looked like a building of some sort, so far away that it made the structure it was inside feel almost tunnel-like, as if its only purpose was to convey him to that distant building. He continued walking forward, but as he walked, the building seemed to be growing more and more distant. He quickened his pace, and as he walked faster, he could feel himself moving through the thick, stifling air, yet, as he looked down, he could see the texture of the catwalk in front of him, unchanged as though he were walking in place. Keishan started to turn backwards, but saw only a blinding light. His eyes immediately shut, and when he opened them, he was again facing into the tunnel, with the distant building at the center of his field of view. He tried turning around, but every time he tried to turn his head, his eyes involuntarily shut at the sight of light, and he was forced to close his eyes or look away, always confronted again with the sight of the small hut when he opened his eyes. His heart pounded violently in his chest. The tunnel was so quiet, and he could hear his own heartbeat, feel his own pulse inside his head. Something about this place felt deeply, incredibly wrong. Get back. I have to get back. He tried turning again, and this time found himself unable to even begin rotating his body before his eyes snapped shut, placing him again in a world of darkness, until he opened them again and was confronted with the sight of the small hut in the distance. now looking more far away than ever. I have to get back. Keishan kept facing the building and took a step backwards. As he placed his foot on the ground, he felt a gust of wind knock him forward. He let out a yelp of terror. Instinctively, his hands reached for the opposite edges of the catwalk as he fell, trying to steady himself for fear of falling off. The catwalk was wide enough that his body didn't land close enough to the edge for that to have been a risk, and yet he looked towards the edge. He felt a growing sense of dread that there was something down there that would capture him if he allowed it to catch him, even the smallest of hold of him. Almost as he thought it, he felt the sensation of something pressing against his leg. He stumbled to his feet. He ran forward. The hut ahead him seemed to grow no closer as he ran, but he ran all the same, running not to reach a destination, but to be away from whatever it was that was behind him. Moments ago, his only thought was an overwhelming desire to turn back, a worry that he was somehow trapped in here. But now the worry was replaced with an overwhelming sense of dread that propelled him forward. He had been pushed forward by something. Something was behind him. Keishan leaned forward and ran. He was no runner. He often found himself winded when forced to climb more than a flight of stairs. Me too, my man. Me too. And yet he ran and felt no sense of tiredness holding him back, no need to catch his breath. Maybe it was the thick air here that somehow never allowed him to run out of breath. Maybe it was that fear of what is behind him was that strong. Vision felt the air stinging at his eyes as he ran. By now, he was running so fast that the thick air felt like a hot wind on his face. Tears began running down his face, but he couldn't find it in him to raise a hand to wipe his eyes. That would mean slowing his sprint. So he closed his eyes, fully aware that he was running down a catwalk that had no handrail on either side. At this point, he didn't care. He ran and ran. Long after the tears on his face had dried, Keishan realized that he could hear only the sound of his own feet as he struck the catwalk. He couldn't even hear the rush of wind, even as it seemed to buffet his face. There was no sound of anyone or anything pursuing him. Perhaps there was no pursuer at all. He allowed himself to open his eyes and look down. He looked over his shoulder. This time, there was no blinding light, only a distant glow, like the light at the end of the tunnel. In a way, it was the light at the end of a long tunnel, and in observing the dim glow of the distant light, Keishan suddenly realized just how far he ran. He turned around and saw the building right in front of him. It had windows that were covered with the same fog that covered the ground around him. Keishan reached for the door handle. He half expected it to be locked, and he felt a moment of panic as the handle bowed under pressure of his hand. Was he ready to face whatever was on the other side of that door? Did he even want to enter? Did he have a choice? What was it that awaited him inside of that building? Answers or more baffling questions? Keishan looked down the tunnel and suddenly felt cold. Wherever this place was, he needed to escape it, and the only form of egress that seemed available to him was the door of this building. He leaned on the handle and felt the door swing open. Oh, was it the coffee shop that he come? Alright, that's it. Was it the coffee shop? Oh, it opened. Sweet. Alright, but first, check your dings. Check your dings. Oh, here we go. That's this one. Billiards 2. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna have to read Billiards 2. Holy shit. What's in here? Ah, no. Billiards. Oh, what's this one? The Fisherman 3. Did I read The Fisherman? I don't remember if I read The Fisherman. I don't even think I got it. Okay, well, I know the Billiards I read. There we go. You know, kid, you've got style. Brad perked up. This was the first unsolicited remark he heard from Old Man Thomas all night. He'd been expecting a compliment after beating Thomas, but to hear that kind of comment after a loss made him perk up. Thanks, said Brad. It wasn't a compliment. And just like that, Brad's mood came crashing down. Thomas continued. All the best players back in the day, none of them had style. Style doesn't win tournaments. Sure. Consistency is what wins tournaments. Consistency doesn't mean anything, said Thomas. That's a symptom of skilled play. It's not a thing you can just decide on. No one sits down at the table thinking, gee, I better be consistent today. Nobody. So if you're not thinking about consistency, what are you thinking about? Fundamentals. Thomas chalked the end of his cue. Fundamentals are what matter most, because if you don't get the fundamentals right, all this fancy shit isn't going to matter. Thomas leaned down to line up his cue. The straight-in shot is your specialty. Several opponents told me that exactly. That tongue-in-cheek, thinking that they were insulting me, but I take it as a compliment. If you control the cue ball, you can turn any shot into a chip shot. That's what you want to do. That's how I can sink them even at my old age. I know, I've been watching you. Your cue ball control is incredible. You're a very talented player. Not talented. You can do it too. The question is whether you've got the discipline and the patience. Thomas frowned, followed through with his stroke, and hit the apex of the triangle, head on. He sank 2 balls, 1 stripe and 1 solid. He pointed to the striped one, signifying his choice. I'm plenty disciplined, said Brad. When I was in high school, I came out every day after school and put at least 4 hours of practice. Sometimes I'd come in after dinner to squeeze in a few hours more. Then on weekends, I'd come and spend all day up here. Of course you did. All the pros have. Anyone could. Thank you for the head pats, Lindo. Hello. Welcome in. All the pros have. Anyone can put in time at a certain point. What matters to be the number of hours you put in, because everyone puts in the time. What matters is how you use the time. And it seems like you spent a lot of time practicing trick shots. So I'm doing good. It's good to see you too. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well, Lindo. Several practice strokes. Brad found himself getting annoyed with Thomas. Brad knew better than to try to talk to Thomas while he was lining up shot. That was a bad etiquette and just bad sportsmanship, plain and simple. I'm good, just real good. I'm glad you're relaxing. This is a pretty chill game right now. Sometimes it's a little questionable. It's a little sus sometimes, but like, at the same time, I was like, because they're fighting. Okay, one story I read was them fighting with knives. Like, I thought it was real knives for a second, but then it was fake knives. But then, like, the person who told them to be quiet because they were trying to get a rematch went back upstairs, and the girl was like, I got real knives. We can real knife fight now. And I'm like, okay. I was like, all right, I was right about the real knives. Brad found himself getting annoyed with Thomas. Brad knew better than to try and talk etiquette, just bad sportsmanship, but it kept him from offering timely retorts to Thomas' statement. It was bad sportsmanship. Brad decided to talk at an opponent in a situation where etiquette forbade him from responding. Thomas finally took the shot and sunk a solid color ball, but a bad bounce put the cue in the pocket with it. Brad sighed with relief as he took control of the ball, and with it controlled the conversation. You're right, it takes a lot of practice. Brad lined up a shot, aiming at one of the balls in the opposite corner. If he could get the angle just right, he took the shot, and the cue ball knocked one of the striped balls into the back left pocket before ricocheting and hitting another ball into the back right pocket, a clean double. Brad tapped the table with his cue as to emphasize the shot he had just made. You don't learn how to do shit like this overnight. It's a nice trick. Now, can you do the same thing 10 times in a row without messing it up? No. That's a hard shot. About a 10%er for most people, but I'm good. I can get it 30-40%. A 30% shot isn't worth taking. But Thomas, if I offered you a coin flip bet with a weighted coin, would you take it? No, of course not. And yet you take the low percentage shot. It makes it a higher percentage shot though. Yes, and I'm sure that you look like a big hero by doing it, and when you miss, no one calls you on it, because defensive shots are boring. I can play defensively, but you don't win games playing defensively. Of course not. There's nothing on the scoreboard that lets you tabulate the places where you denied your opponent a point. Brad was angry now, and he began lining up his next shot just so he wouldn't have to hear the old man talk. Some players might get tilted in a situation like this, but Brad played better when he was emotional. Whenever it was that made him play better under pressure, also made him play better while angry. He couldn't even think about the shots he was making. He was operating on pure instinct and conscious thought. The thought that was chased away by anger was only a distraction. Brad tried for another double. He missed the second ball, but one was enough to set him up for a triple blank shot, which he followed with another shot that he put a spin on. He didn't even need to curve the ball around anything. He just wanted to show Thomas that he could do it reliably. Fortunately, he didn't get punished for it. His last shot placed one of Thomas's balls between the black 8 ball and the white cue ball. Brad knew that he could sink the shot easily by hitting Thomas's solid into a stripe, but he was on fire and he wanted something flashy. He struck the cue ball's base, driving the leather tip of his stick into the table, and it bounced the ball up and over Thomas's, hitting his own and sending it into the pocket. Brad turned to Thomas with a look of defiance. Looks like this game is mine, old man. Yep. He took another sip of his beer. Is that all you have to say? Yep, said Thomas. How about, oh, you outplayed me. Do you need me to tell you that? Said Thomas. A little acknowledgement would be nice. A moment after finishing saying that, Brad found himself cringing. He was sounding like a petulant child. He was frustrated and angry and disappointed, but knowing all of that about himself didn't make any of it less true. Thomas shrugged. I thought you played to win the game, not for validation. Well, give me a break. That line coming from a pro, when you compete, play to win, sure, but there's money on the line. And the money goes to the person who gets the W. You play to win the game, you get the money. But I get the feeling you're playing for something else. What are you talking about? You play to impress people. That's different from playing to win. That's why you never take the defensive shot. I just won. Yeah. But you weren't playing to win. You just because you happen to win doesn't mean you made the right decision. How the hell does that make any sense? Thomas took a coin out of his pocket. Here's a hypothetical. Suppose I have a coin. I asked you to call heads or tails on the $1 bet. Now, you know that the coin is weighted. It lands on heads 70% of the time. What do you bet on? Heads, of course. Now I flip the coin. Comes up tails. Bad luck, Brad. You just lost $1. But did you make the right decision? What? Thomas continued. If you had called tails, you would have won the bet. Clearly calling tails is the wrong decision. But sometimes you make the wrong decision and get short-term payoffs. That's why the fact that you won doesn't necessarily mean that you made the right decision. And sometimes these things only reveal themselves after you flip the coin hundreds of times. I've played hundreds of games. And that's a pro. Practice games, I play 100 games in a week easy, maybe 200 games out of the week, depending. And how many times have you made the WBC? I won the WBC. Right. That's the thing about calling tails. Sometimes, even if you make the wrong choice, randomness comes up in your favor and you happen to run hot. But in the long run, things don't quite pan out. Brad threw his cue down. So now you're saying that my wins are all due to luck? Not all luck, said Thomas. Like you said, it takes some skill to take a 10% shot to a 30% shot. A lot of the skill, in fact. You've got good hands and a good eye for the ball, but the lust for a cool shot supersedes that. You'd rather fail spectacularly than win through boring play. Fuck you, said Brad. You know what? I actually won the WBC. Maybe I did run hot for just 1 year, but at least I have a championship to my name. You made it to the final 6 times and lost every time, and now your career is done. You're over with. You'll never be a WBC champion, a title which I hold, by the way. You're right, said Thomas. I don't mean to knock the high variance approach, but that's what you want, to win once and then burn out. Yeah, that is what I want, said Brad, annoyed to find himself agreeing with Thomas. What have you done with your life since retirement, old man? Ever done anything wild? I bet I've lived more in one night than you have your entire life. I'm happy with the way I spent my life. No regrets. His eyes softened. Could you say the same? The question should have come as a challenge, but there was something in Thomas's eyes as he looked at Brad that made it feel even worse. Thomas' expression wasn't one of antagonism, it was one of pity. Brad knew deep in the pit of his heart that Thomas wasn't doing it to attack him, and that made it sting even worse. Brad started to say something, but found himself choking on a lump in his throat, and as he reached up and felt wetness on his cheeks, he realized that he was crying. Oh, this is why are they so sad? Oh, so sad. Oh my god. The Fisherman 3. Jack waited until Maddie left the corner before motioning to Che. Hey, Che. Can I get you something? Jack nodded. Can you get out that whiskey bottle and pour a glass? Che glanced over his shoulder to verify that Maddie wasn't present. Any reason you couldn't ask her? Said Che. Afraid of what it might do to me, said Jack. I wouldn't want her to worry. Che arched an eyebrow. Should I be worried? Jack shook his head. You don't strike me as a worrier. It's not about... I'm not intending to get drunk. I think if I smell it, that might be enough. You're going somewhere inside of here? You're going somewhere inside of here, said Che, tapping the side of his head. Exactly. And you know well, I can tell from looking at you, you know what it's like to see a friend die. Che smiled grimly. And am I that easy to read? No, but now I know it's true. Don't count her out, said Che, referring to Maddie. She's seen more than you can read on her face. Yeah, but... Jack hemmed and hawed over his next words. Seeing something is not the same as having experienced it. You know what it means to be experienced in losing friends. Che nodded. It's a feeling that I've grown well acquainted with over the years. I remember the day I found myself preparing for a funeral and not even thinking too hard about what I was doing, almost going on autopilot. Until the moment I realized I've done so many of these, I can mentally check out of doing this, followed by the feeling of nobody's ever supposed to feel like they're getting good at doing funerals, right? Followed by the feeling of, actually, we all live this mortal coil at some point, and someone has to be the last one in their group of friends to kick the bucket, and maybe doing well at longevity just means outlasting your friends. Jack's eyes narrow. How old are you? Older than I look. Jack laughed, but it was a forced laugh. Damn, I wish I had that problem. I have the same thing, but in reverse. Che got the bottle of Jack Daniels out from where Maddie had stowed it and set it in front of Jack before looking at his glass. Jack picked up the bottle and studied the label. You've worked with your hands before, said Jack. Never worked a boat in my life. Never worked a boat before, Che said. It's not bad work. Never boring. From the first day I spent out the water, I knew it was my calling. I even had enough to retire after several years, but by that point, I was so wedded to the idea of having my own boat that I kept saving. Did you ever become a captain, Jack? One day. I was Captain Jack for one day. Che held the glass in his hand, not setting it down in front of Jack. It was terrible shit luck. The weather was clear, the water wasn't even that choppy. I guess that's why he got careless. I guess that's why he thought he could try and fix the net when it was stuck. At least I assume that's what he was trying to do when he fell overboard. Che silently set the glass down on the counter, bottom side up. You know that worst part is, when I realized it had happened, I didn't think the captain, the one man whose job it is to keep a level head, I didn't think about what I was doing. I just jumped overboard after him, didn't grab a life ring or anything. Stupid. If you ever find yourself in that position when you jump overboard, all you're doing is making the problem twice as big. There is nothing I can imagine that compares to the sense of dread and regret that I feel in that moment as I felt myself sinking below the surface. Can you imagine that, having that kind of thought? They say that when you're in intense physical pain, it's supposed to block out anything. You can feel anger, or you can't feel anger or sadness or regret or wistfulness. when there's 1,000 needles stabbing you all over at once, which is exactly what it feels like when you jump into the freezing Alaskan surf. That's what you don't realize about cold until you're totally immersed in it. You don't feel cold, you feel pain all over, and somehow in the midst of all that pain, it's still possible to think, oh shit, I shouldn't have done that, dumbass. When I leapt over, I guess I imagined myself swimming around the water looking for him, and I actually did try opening my eyes. Big mistake. The Pacific Ocean, I'm not sure if you knew this, but it's salt water. And somehow, that's even more painful than the thousands of pins and needles stinging you all around, reminding you that the water is freezing and you're not supposed to be in it. Well, yeah, that's an ocean. It's salt water, buddy. You know what the crazy thing is? They managed to fish me out. Terrible pun. Sorry, they found me. They threw me a line. Irony is I almost died of hypothermia there on the deck, being soaking fucking cold. And the cold Arctic wind, you know, hypothermia can kill you almost as fast as drowning can. I didn't even make it to Cal's funeral. Couldn't bear to look his girl in the eye. Nobody blamed me as captain. Cal should have known better than to do what he did. Did know better. But all I can think was, what if I hadn't jumped over? If they hadn't been busy pulling my stupid ass out of the cold water, would they have found Cal? And I knew that if I was thinking it, then she had to be thinking it too. They all had to be thinking it. I couldn't face that. All I could do is sit at home, and every time I walked to the bathroom, I passed the display full of these bottles. He tapped. A bottle of whiskey on the counter. Hypothermia can kill you in 5 minutes. Drowning can kill you in 3. Drinking yourself to death, it takes longer than that, but not much longer. He looked up at Che. I just want to smell it. Jack glanced out what little remained of the halibut Che had grilled for him. The fish didn't do it for you, huh? Said Che. Jack shook his head. Like I said, smelled too good. Che dutifully uncorked the whiskey and poured out a finger. Jack held the glass to his nose and inhaled deeply. Yeah, this is the smell I was looking for. There it is. That's the smell that makes me feel sick to my stomach. He stood up. I think I'm ready to go. Oh, wait, was he dead? Wait, did he? Oh my god, did he die from alcohol poisoning? Oh. Oh, man. Oh, sad. Holy shit. Jack. Okay. I think that was it for this. Okay, I can go in here now. The terminal cellar. Ah, I can't go to the cellar. I have to go upstairs. Damn it. Cafe. The doors? No, I can't go into the doors. No! Alright, I have to go through the door. Cafe door. Woo. Is there anything else? Product reviews. Maddie. Maddie girl. I'm thinking about alchemy. You look like you're having fun. Ashley's journal 1. I've already drawn. Wait, there's a dude here? Oh wait, no, I lied. That's the person. That's Keishan. That's Keishan. Or Kaishan. I don't know how to say his name because I'm bad with letters. Enter studio mode. Right, studio mode. Judgment 1. Can I go upstairs? Oh, I can go upstairs. Yeah. Keep the balance. Maddie's inbox. Boop, 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 boop. Oop. Billiards 1. Wait. The Fisherman 2. Oh my god, where's the Fisherman 1? I didn't even read the Fisherman. God damn it. Delicate operation. Wow, I really actually have to keep looking through all of this just to see if I missed anything. Advisory role. I already got that one done. Well, I gotta read Fisherman 2. I didn't read the Fisherman 2, but now I'm reading the Fisherman 2. We're going backwards. The expression on Jack's face was expectant when Maddie came out of the kitchen carrying his plate. Expectant but not impatient. The expression fit his posture, sitting upright with hands folded and resting in front of him. Your halibut's ready. Jack's eyebrows raised when Maddie set the plate down in front of him. He closed his eyes and lowered his chin just a tad, allowing the scent of grilled fish to waft into the nostrils. Into his nostrils as he drank in the odor. As several moments passed, a smile crawled onto his face as he grabbed a fork and began cutting the halibut up. He was several mouthfuls in when Maddie spoke up. I thought you said you weren't going to eat it, she said. Can't help myself, said Jack. Smelled too good to not give it a taste and tasted too good to stop. Can't help but notice the hesitation, Maddie said. Jack held up a fork which had a piece of the fish spared on it. You know, a fish like this, you never know what kind of memories it's going to bring up. Not all memories are good, but this fish, it tastes like adventure, conquest. You fish much? You could say that. I made it out on the water several days each year. Catch any big ones? Lots, I'm sure. But I'm more of a quality over size kind of guy. The most important weight is your tally at the end of the day. I'm not the patient kind of fisherman. Of quantity over one side. Yeah, of quantity. Okay. Where'd you learn to be so patient if not from fishing? Fishing is the only time I'm not a patient man. Funny. I tend to hear the opposite from a lot of people. I take really long vacations. That's when you fish? That's when I don't fish. Ah, you're a fish tradesman, better known as a fisherman. But yeah, you could have led with that, you know. Didn't I? Said Jack. Well, like I said, I didn't get out on the water very often. And yet, it's your profession. I think you would mean more days on the water. And such is a life in Alaska. Fishing season gets shorter every year. Of course, halibut are seasonal. You can only catch them when they migrate. Is that it? It's the kind of business that only opens a few days out of the year thanks to Mother Nature. Thanks to the government. In 1970, halibut season was 150 days long. Then it got shortened to 100 days. You only work 100 days out of the year? No, ma'am. 100-day halibut season was before my time. By the time I found myself on the side of the Pacific, they were down to fishing debris, actually. That's what got me out there. Debris? All the fish you can catch for 24... Oh, derbies! All the fish you can catch for 24 hours, they're spaced out. Fishing season is just a few days a year now. Can you make a living doing that? You can catch a lot of fish in one day. That's why they had to shorten the season. It doesn't take very many skiffs on the water before you have a problem with overfishing. I was sold on the promise of working for several days out of the year and being able to come back home and live the good life of 360 days out of the year that I didn't have to work. He grinned in a way that suggested he wanted Maddie to prompt further. Did Alaska deliver on that promise? Is America truly a land where the streets are paved with gold? The streets aren't paved with gold, even though I'm told there's black gold to be found in Alaska. That's oil. Yep. But yes, Alaska did deliver what was promised. I worked several derbies a year, and I made enough to live pretty well. I just skipped a part where I was supposed to come back home. What's the matter? Didn't you want to sail back to Australia, afraid of getting seasick? No, ma'am, said Jack, apparently missing her joke. You met someone who convinced you to stay? A few someones. You spend some time working a skiff with someone. That's the kind of bond you don't find easy, and it's not the kind of thing you give up easily. That kind of bond working only a few days out of the year? It's intense. It's like being in line of duty. It's a little like going to war. War against the fishes? War against the sea. When it's all you can catch for 24 hours, you don't have time to be safe. When the day arrives, you're out on the water no matter the weather. And those skiffs are not large boats. For every 1,000 fishermen that go out, 997 come back. Ooh. So you lose at least like 3 people? So that'd be 3 people every day. Since it's like, or 3 people within the 24 hours or something like that. I don't know how many days he gets to fish, but like, yeah. So 3 people don't come back each year. Firefighters have better odds than that. Soldiers have better odds than that. So yes, it's a bit like going to war. He looked down at the fish in front of him for a moment. There were sometimes I could swear I could smell death on the water, and every time you pulled up to shore with a boat full of fish and the same number of men you left with, it was a giant middle finger to death's face. He broke into a grin. In those moments, you never feel more at home. And when you have that kind of experience with someone, you don't fuck off to spend a year in Australia, you know? He tapped his chest. I'm one of them now. Jack looked around and Maddie realized it was the first moment she'd seen Jack really take notice of the space he was in. His eyes squinted as they scanned the shelves behind her and the people at the tables around him. But I ended up here. I think I always knew I would be here sooner or later. Yeah, because he's dead. Right, because he died. Oh, yep. It's because he died. Wee. Okay, so I need... The Fisherman 1's probably downstairs, if I'm not mistaken, then. If I Fisherman 2's up here, I missed something downstairs. You're going downstairs. What is this one? Yeah, keep the balance. I got that one. I need to find some type of fish. Fish-related-esque things. Where's the fish? Maddie! Where's your fish? Fish, exactly. I'm looking for the fish. Wait. Okay, not the menus. Not the menus. Maybe. Maybe. Okay. That's not it. That's not it. Nope. Basement. I can go in the basement now. No. That's alchemy. Thinking about alchemy. Fish. Specials. Fish. No fish. Fish? Oh god. I don't know where the first one is. Me just looking. Where? Where? Oh, where are they? Where is it? I feel like that fucking meme of Batman. Where is she? Where is she? Fuck is the fish? Okay, maybe here? Norp, norp, norp. Norp, norp. 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 Not here either. Nope. Okay, let me check seats. Seats? Seats? No, it doesn't look like seats. Back here? Dun 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 dun. I don't know where the fish is. Edge. Alright. It does not seem that I find fish 1. Fish 1! No. Just the thinking about alchemy. There's a knife. Nope. 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 What do I hear? Oh. Yeah, crucibles. Apple. Apple. Alright, what's studio mode? What's studio mode? Questions on studio mode. Holy shit. Give me studio mode. Let's go. Okay. What's up? Oh! No way. What's this? Huh. Wait. You can make like a little storyboard? That's cute. You can make like a little storyboard. That's cute. Thinking. Okay, that's cute. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. That's crazy. That's insane. Teeth down, cry. You make her cry? What even? What is? Oh my god. Mouth corner? Oh my god. This is crazy. Erase curve? Oh! Right, okay. It's the curve of her head, I'm assuming. Kind of messed her up a little bit, but you know, that's just me. Ease animation. Okay. Yeah. That's cool. Okay. Oh, wow. That's cool. Anyways, quit studio mode. I was just looking. My little eyeballs were peeping. That's interesting. Look at you turning into a responsible human being. I don't think I'm I'm not even a human being. Excuse you, I'm just a raccoon. I'm a raccoon. That's not from here. The fact that this Fisherman 3 is hilarious. Billiards 2, which... What's this say? Oh, weird. Okay. That has nothing to do with billiards, but I guess, Ashley's journal 2. Oh, I fucking knew I missed things. Ashley's journal 2. Let's go. Robo Royale Robots Power Rankings Alpha Charlie Echo. All of the commentators can call this robot Ace. Probably because it's so good, it seems biased for them to call one particular robot Ace, but it's obvious how it got the name when it wins all the time. At first, it looks like the bot doesn't have a weapon, and it's designed to be really fast and agile. Then you realize its entire body is a weapon for ramming into unsuspecting people. This would be a great tactic if you got into a fight when you don't have a weapon. You don't need a flamethrower or a buzzsaw if you just have 150 kilograms, I'm assuming, body, and can ram into people really fast. This probably wouldn't work very well for me because I don't weigh 150 and I'm pretty small, but this isn't a problem since I usually carry things that can be used as weapons. Like, I could carry a crowbar, and then if someone tried to attack me, I could take the L end and jam the crowbar under their feet and then pull it up and use it to knock them off. Balance, even though I probably am smaller than most people. I love Ashley. She's chaos. I'm not sure why it's named Alpha Charlie Echo. I assume it was a remake or made in the style of a bot called Alpha Charlie, but there aren't any other bots by that name, and the team that made it are all rookies, so one of them are named Charlie. Maybe it's named after someone's dad or brother. Their next robot will probably be called Beta Charlie Echo, or maybe Alpha V2 Charlie Echo, or Final 2 Charlie Echo. This girl's crazy. Jesus. Okay. Ooh. Wait. Did I? Oh, right. Okay, so that was Ashley. I don't see anything else. Okay, so that was Ashley. Well, this really makes you like look for things if you don't see them at first. Okay, so Ashley was back here. Yeah, that's Ashley. What's this? Ooh. Rotten Fanny? Oh, rotten poppy. What's this? Maddie opened a herb jar inside as she examined the contents. Rotten. She began pouring them down the sink. I hate poppy seeds, she muttered to herself. I wouldn't tolerate that kind of hate speech here, said Jay. Too bad the rules aren't yours to make, old man. You should have thought of that before handing me the keys. I could help you get the keys back, said Ashley. I've got a magnetic grabber that the keys are a metaphor. They're not some kind of magical talisman that grants ownership over an establishment, but there is a magical talisman that grants ownership over the establishment. Said Ashley. Yeah. It's called a deed, and this deed entitles me to a certain privileges, such as expressing my hatred for poppy seeds. Hate is not good for the soul, said Che. Hatred corrupts the soul. Hey, I'm new here, said Kishin. But, are you talking literally? Does hatred actually corrupt your soul? No, hatred does not corrupt the soul, nor will poppy seeds, despite being a distant cousin of the bay leaf. It's a good thing, because Maddie's soul's full of hate. Trust me, I've seen the ultrasound. Once again, as the new guy, I gotta ask, are you talking literally? No, hatred does not show up on an ultrasound. And I assume that the thing about bay leaves corrupting the soul is a metaphor? Oh no, that part was entirely literal. Bay leaves absorb bitterness. You always remove the bay leaf for something before eating it. Bitterness as in figurative bitterness? I was talking literal. In the sense that bay leaves absorb figurative bitterness, but yes, they also absorb literal bitterness. I'm so confused right now. Don't just don't absorb a bay leaf into your soul and you'll be fine. It's not the kind of thing that happens accidentally. Are you sure? Asked Keishan. Because I think I may have accidentally ingested a bay leaf one time. My friend's grandma made this pot of chili. The soul is not connected to your digestive tract, said Maddie. It's not your gut. So unless you're inhaling your food, it's not going to be a problem. Again, new guy here. Soul. Respiratory system. That's a thing? Oh yeah. Why do you think people are so into burning herbs and inhaling them? Oh my god, I always assumed that was just how, I don't know exactly how cannabis works, but it's like psychoactive? What? Not that herb. Like people who burn incense. Huh? That's something new. That's why you always have to watch out for the herbs when the herbs go bad. Someone might accidentally inhale some of them. Yet another reason to hate poppy seeds and their short shelf life. Keishan's eyes narrowed. How long did it take for poppy seeds to go bad? They went bad in a matter of months, said Maddie. A matter of months? How many months are we talking here? Maybe 30? Keishan did some counting on his fingers. 30 months is 2.5 years, if I'm not mistaken. She piped up. You left that jar of poppy seeds for 2.5 years? As I said, a number of months. 30 is a number. 30 is an injustice, said Che. How have you not touched poppy seeds in all this time? People don't actually like poppy seeds. People just like the muffins they come in. If you give them the muffin without the poppy seeds, they'll like it even more. Poppy seeds just make everything worse. People love poppy seeds, said Che. Me, for instance, I have a great love for the humble poppy. Really? Then how was it that you never touched a jar of poppy seeds in the past 30 or so months? It's been sitting here on the spice shelf. Che shrugged. I like lots of things. Evidently, during the past 30 months, I found things I enjoyed more than humble poppy seeds. I'm offended by the idea that you would discriminate against such a low and unpretentious food item. You like the idea of poppy seeds. You like the idea of a herb that comes in discrete units called seeds, so that you don't have to wonder around how much a sprig is. It's something that you can picture as opposed to cumin that you wouldn't recognize even if I said it on your tongue, or rosemary, which you probably forgot was a spice and which you couldn't tell from thyme. When you see me disposing of poppy seeds, it pains you because it's something you can conceptualize. If I told you that I hate cumin and had to flush a bunch of it down the sink, would you be bothered by that? Probably not, said Shay. So really, it's not I who am discriminating against the poppy seeds. It is you who's discriminating against non-poppy seed spices. There is no reason for us to have poppy seeds anywhere in this cafe. People claim they want them, but they can go years without ever serving up a single poppy seed, and no one will notice its absence. A woman wearing a loose green sweater walked up to the counter. Were you just talking about poppy seeds? Yes, we're all out. Oh, that's too bad. I was hoping you might have a don't say muffin. Maddie to herself. Don't say anything about poppy seed muffins. A poppy seed muffin, said the woman. My grandmother was really fond of them. Shay grinned as Maddie tried to avoid cringing. The woman in the green sweater said, I used to be part of the standard muffin trifecta. Chocolate, blueberry, poppy seeds. I always wondered why cafes stopped serving poppy seed muffins. I wonder, said Maddie aloud. It's been so long since I've tasted one. Years, I'm guessing. Yeah, it's been years. It's been years. What does she have against poppy seeds, though? What does she have against poppies? Girl, I don't understand why you have anything against poppies. What do they do to you? What did the poppies ever do to you, ma'am? Ma'am, what did the poppies do to you? I never even knew the poppies were down here. Holy shit, there's so many things. Ashley. Alright. Okay. That's done. Okay. I can't go that way, but I can go this way. Okay, nope. Open. Oh, the texture didn't load. I will be right back. I'm gonna take a break. I have to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. I'm back. Hello. I have returned. Alright, let's see. I have returned. We are back. I'm still sad that I don't have the fish one. Wait, you're just... okay. Sir, you died in Birkenstocks. Again, I'm going to insult you for dying in Birkenstocks. It's my voice. Alright, Doodle's done. Okay. Where am I? Oh. The terminal, memories, config, bookmarks. Oh, I'm on 3. Okay. We did 1, 2, 3, 4. We've done 4 chapters today. It's a wait, Fisherman 2. It's the Fisherman 2. Oh my gosh. Interesting. Fisherman 3. Huh. Commercial product views. All these are cool. Actually, journal 1 out of 2. Actually, it's journal 2. 1 out of 1. Judgment. Okay. Okie dokie. I see this. I see this. Billiards 1, billiards 2. Wait. Billiards 1. Angel Paul Darren. My hair is doing something and it's getting on my face. Alright, there it is. Billiards 2. Oh my god, the knife game. Alright. Load episode? No. No. I don't want to load episode. Alright. Title. Return to title. No. Okay, we're gonna go back to game. Hit continue. Yeah. She looks too happy for this shit. Okay. But I'm gonna do that so maybe I can save. Because I've been going for 4 hours and I don't want to go for more. Like I don't want to go more. Alright. Alright, bookmarks. Save. Here we go. Yes. Okay. Episode 5. Okay, we are on episode 5. I saved it. We got a bookmark. We're good. We're good. Go to title. Yes. Take me to the title. Oh. Okay. Since I'm back at the title. Hey, there we go. Okay. This is an interesting game. This is very interesting. I don't know what's going on for the most part, but I don't think anyone is supposed to know what's going on. It's giving hints here and there, so the story is slowly being uncovered, and I love that about this. So anyways, I will be streaming next week. I will be doing this again. I'll be playing Necro Barista again. I like it. I love it. It's good. It's just a whole bunch of shit going on in here. It's great, and the little side stories you get, beautiful. Anyways, I am going to see who I can go read out to. I'm gonna see who I can read out to, because I hope people are still doing things. I hope people that I know are streaming and all of that wonderful stuff. Oh, let's see. Well, anyways, let me see. I know Jazz is alive. She is playing Genshin Impact, and I think they just started, actually. So that's actually gonna be really good. Jazz just started like 9 minutes ago, so beautiful. So I'm gonna go throw you guys over to Jazz while she's playing Genshin Impact. She thinks she's going through like main story of Genshin Impact. So another like cozy-ish game. So anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed for today, and I will see you next week for more streams and more dubious content of Necro Barista, because there's a lot of things going on in here that are like suspicious. Anyways, thank you guys so much for coming by, and I will see you tomorrow. Well, I'll see you next week. Maybe tomorrow, depends. We'll see. Well, I'll see you next week for sure. Bye bye, everybody.